Okay, where'd my damn jacket go?
Okay, we're live. Uncle Mike out, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Smoking Conversations with Sakina-Ra. And we are going, and so we are going to bring it in tonight. Yay! We're gonna bring it in tonight. We're gonna be talking about the ozone layer. And so, what is this? Okay. And so we're gonna be talking about the ozone layer tonight, right? And before we do that, we're gonna give time for everybody to come in the room. And so we're gonna talk about a few like what's going on topics. Right. So, sister, yay! Let's hear it for Silverback Nations. Yes. Let's start off with our evening stretch, sponsored by Boys in the Hood. I'm sick of this shit.
Oh,
Yes.
dang.
How was your work week? Right.
Okay.
You need to take a minute and let it go for me. I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah, I had to just get my kick back in my chair and get my laptop together. Golly. My pillows ain't acting right and I'm sitting all weird. Oh gosh.
Right. I believe everybody should have a meditative moment like that for the at the end of the week. We give it up to the boys in the hood, Trey. Right. We should have a Trey moment and just
Boys in the hood
take
moment,
it
girl.
in.
Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out.
And just let it go.
Ooh, Sakina, you is too funny. Just let it go. Let it go. Let that go.
And then get you a bottle of spirits.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yes. Because sometimes you need a people relaxer. You know what I'm saying? Because some of these people out here relaxing people, right? I've
No,
never
that's
seen
true.
so many butchers in my life. Now, I'm glad to hear. Now, don't get me wrong, because crime has not chilled, right? So people still getting shot, but not as much.
But not as much.
But not as
True.
much because they cutting them up now, literally. People are out here butchering now. They really not trying to go to jail. They cutting people up in pieces. Like I've never known people to cut people up. They cutting them up like chickens. They are really massacring out here. They people
Yeah.
cutting people up. And like if you can't eat them, if you can't beat them, eat them. They cutting them up like that. I mean, listen, I've never. It almost make you listen. People need to listen here. People cutting
Mm-mm.
people like
Mm-mm.
literally. They cutting people up. You got to really listen here. It brings another new level to respect. You better stop talking to people crazy out here. You don't know who may cut you up,
Mm-hmm. No, ain't that the
right?
truth?
It ain't even about
Mm-hmm.
who may shoot you now. You don't know who may cut you up.
Yep.
Literally, this is going
Literally.
You see what I'm saying? So you ain't
Mm-hmm.
gotta respect nobody's dude say you're gonna put some spec. He didn't even put the re on it. He said you gonna put some spec on my name. He ain't said he ain't giving you no second time. This how because they cutting you up. He said you gonna put some spec on my name. He didn't say re. He not giving you no second chance. He didn't say you gonna put some respect on. He said you gonna put some spec on my name. You ain't coming back. Ain't that something? You ain't coming back to do it again. You gonna put some spec on my name.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's serious. So yeah, and now you got Palestine crime in America.
What you mean?
Well, hell, they had all the schools.
Okay.
They're in Carolina and they're in Washington and they somewhere else, and they saying Palestine will be free.
Mm-mm. Well, I mean, I haven't seen that. To
Oh,
be
they
honest.
protesting at the schools. They at the schools
Okay.
protesting.
Yeah,
Right.
I haven't seen that. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I think you're hipping me up this week on current events because I've been at the I've been at the slave house slaving for real tough.
Yeah.
So I've only been catching
Yeah.
the early morning news and the weather. That's it. Like it's rainy
Oh,
now. It's
yeah.
gonna be rainy till tomorrow. Tornado
Um,
watches, all of that in the Midwest. And that's the only shit I know
um,
about this week. Besides more, Diddy shit and more this and more that. Bullshit
yes.
on,
Peace to the queens
crazy
in the
stuff on
chat.
YouTube. Buddy.
Cosmic Girl and Shala. Benya. Peace to you, queens. Listen, it's a
Hey,
lot going
hey, peace,
on.
peace, y'all.
There is an absolutely lot going on in here.
Yeah, I
Cause
haven't. Yeah, I'm not really current this week on any of my current events, except what's going on local. So what's going on, world news or global news? I don't know. So what happened at
mm,
the school with the Palestinians to make them protest? What happened?
I so believe. Hold on, let me see. I so believe they are having they having it in with some equal rights or something to that effect.
So
I you know
Are these Palestinian Americans we're talking about? What are we talking about?
listen, I'm not sure if they're American or not. I believe they should be because they go to school, right? And they something about Jewish rights. So I'm not sure if they agree with or going against. Because I know somebody having problems. It's always somebody having problems.
Right. I'm like, are we having problems?
No, no, we're having problems because they having problems.
What is going on? Are we having problems? What is
We
going
having problems because they having problems, right? And
Right.
so,
Their
and
shit is
so,
our shit. Their issues are issues. I get it.
right. And so they like Palestine can be free and all this other stuff. And I'm at this point like, well, listen here, y'all starting a war over here, and they got a war going on over there. If y'all feel like that, go home. You know,
Okay.
because it's too
Right.
much
Do
going
something
on.
with
We can't,
yourself.
we can't
I don't know. I don't know.
fight everywhere.
I have to see what happens what happened in order to make a fair assessment of,
But we can't be
whose fault
fighting
it is or
everywhere.
who's this and who's that.
My
Like I
thing
can't just
is,
like make a blanket statement about something I don't know about.
we cannot be fighting everywhere, y'all. I'm like, escape. Who can we run to? Shit, if everybody fighting, look here.
Well,
Some of
this is
these people out here,
2024.
I done heard Christians say God told them to get a 12 pack of water and 2 pistols. What you gonna do?
Well, hey, God fed people with
Man,
five loaves, right? 5,000 loaves. Two was it
that
five
was
loaves?
then.
Two fish, 5 loaves, fed 5,000 people. So
That's
the
when they
Christian,
had
if anybody
scandals
can
and
do it, they
snakes.
can.
They had sticks and they had sticks and sandals. These niggas got steel toe boots. These fools ain't listen here. They got cannons. I don't know. These ain't the same people. You
No,
remember from what
yeah,
I
I'm
heard?
with you. They not built
Yeah,
the same. They
no.
not built the same.
Mm-mm. They sure
Yeah,
not.
facts.
Listen here. Mm-mm.
So what else is going on? What else is, out there?
Oh, listen. So the volcano that's going on in Greenland is moving on the other side over there. I forget where it's at on the uh it's not for them to worry about, but I worry because it's in Greenland.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? So they said it's nothing for them to worry about. So, but I
Yeah,
worry.
because they live there, right? I mean, they're
Yeah.
locals there. So if they're
And
telling you this, I mean, who would know better about the landscape or the geography than the
yeah,
locals,
but
right?
it's
Yeah.
still another volcano. You know
But
what
they
I'm
know
saying?
how to live with volcanoes. They've been living around volcanoes their whole damn life. I'm pretty sure they got drills and all kind of shit. What you call those things that you hide in? The escape rooms, and they probably got all kind of stuff that they practice. Probably been doing it since preschool,
Okay, but
practicing for if a volcano
how much
erupted.
of this how many of these volcanoes are gonna erupt? Come on in with that K, I love it. But how many of these things are gonna actually erupt before this ground get that doggone hot? Because we know heat rise.
Okay, so
And
what are
then
you
it's
what are
it's
you
about to be
insinuating,
summer. And
Sakina?
it's about to be summer.
Make it
And all these
clear.
okay,
Make
so
it clear.
we talking about cooking.
Okay, so so volcanoes are a natural phenomenon. They happen. What does that got to do with the rest of the planet?
Oh, okay. Well then when you turn the oven on and then the way some of these people talking about they dark because they was down south, I'm just wondering when the cookies gonna get done. I'm just saying. It ain't what they say, that's what they don't say.
It-
So I'm just asking because all these
Girl, if you listen,
not. I
I
know
don't
that
have
you
no
can
dog.
barbecue.
I don't have
I
no
know
fight
you
or no
can make a
dog in the
barbecue pit.
Aboriginal fight because my ass ain't Aboriginal.
Okay,
Don't
well,
care to be. That's they ass, not me.
I know you can make a barbecue pit by digging a hole in the ground. Ask any Abo, ask any African. You can ask both. You can even ask a Mexican. Maybe a Chinese. I don't know. But you can dig a hole in the ground, secure it, right? You can put some charcoal, firewood, whatever you wanna, not the plier. Hey, light it, put a rack over it, you can put meat on it and cook it. Be careful after you put it out though, because otherwise you're walking on a hot ass ground. Right? Similar to a volcano. Remember? I don't care
No,
if
no,
you
no,
listen
no.
here. So
I
tell
don't
what
see
you
how you
want.
made that two and two make four at
Okay,
all.
because that's hot coals and hot lava is is
Okay,
is,
and
is
they've been
not meant
having
to walk
volcanoes
on either way.
erupting since the beginning of time. Ain't nobody felt
Exactly.
no hot ass ground except when the
How
sun
many of
beat
these
on it.
volcanoes? Listen here, in the last month, we can count at least two.
So,
In the last year, so
right.
with volcanoes popping up, water could be drying up. Oh,
Ugh.
for every
Okay, so
action, there
okay.
is a reaction. Gemini, we can't get one without the other, boo. Something has to be a result from that. We have to look at it that way.
So
It's
we can
natural.
so we're
With
in
every
okay, so
action,
no,
there is
because
a
see now you're talking
reaction.
about breaking something down to the actual geographic location that this volcano is to the nearest lake that dried up. Now, if the volcano is in close proximity or any proximity to where these lakes have dried up, then I'm with you. But if the Euphrates is here and volcano is over here, one that does not correlate. The one has nothing to do with the other whatsoever. It's just that hot ass sun beamed up all that goddamn water. It hasn't rained. They ain't got no more. That's it. That's all. No, what they ask gonna do? They gonna migrate like people have been doing for forever too. And they gonna turn into a different people. Then they gonna have these arguments that they not Euphrates. They not from the Euphrates. By the
Yeah.
time they migrate to wherever they came, wherever they going to, and have children, those children are going to be hollering, we didn't come from no Euphrates River first. That don't even make sense. Ugh, what you talking about? You're going to go, no, your great, great, great grandmother came from the Euphrates River when it had water. Well, I don't know nothing about that because I grew up in a generation where the Euphrates River didn't have no water. Same silly ass arguments. Watch, another 100 years, same shit, different day. Because that's what happens when
Well,
you have generations of children. They forget the past, they live in the present and fuck the future. I mean, and forget the future.
I'll tell you what. Let's start the video and let's open our minds, and then
Okay.
both of us go to a different perspective because ain't no telling, right?
I'm gonna have Jay put no Jay gonna pull up on you with a damn map and say Sakina, the Euphrates is over
Well,
here
that the
and
map ain't gonna make no
Iceland
difference,
is over
but
there.
yeah, but that's true. But again, I'm just saying for every action, there's a reaction to balance the scales. So I'm not saying
Now,
you're
how come the
wrong.
sun
I'm
just
not
couldn't
saying
dry up
you're
the lake?
wrong. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying with all of the earthquakes, not earthquakes, but that could be a good scenario. I'm saying with
Yes, the
all of these
volcano.
volcano eruptions, right, that there has to be uh some kind of repercussion or a result or something else to balance that out. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying for
Yeah,
every
but it's a
action there's a reaction because these are a
volcano.
lot
It's
of
not
volcanoes.
seasonal.
Exactly. Right, but when again we still have some of them over there toward Iceland, Greenland, Iceland, and that it's got to do something with at least the shelves, those shelves over there breaking off or something to that effect. That's going to do something. It has to. For every action, there's a reaction. It has to have some kind of result. So
Yeah, but
even
we
if
may
it's
not be around to live to see the result. That could be
But I'm not
true.
saying it has to be devastating either. I'm just
No,
saying
but
in
we're
a
talking about
sense.
gradually, right? Not just
Yeah.
so the volcano happens, then gradually whatever the reaction was going to be is over time. So,
But it
you
could
they might
just
not
be a
even know.
tsunami. It could be a
Yeah.
tsunami. It could have been the earthquakes in New York. It could just be something as mere. But I'm saying it still is a reaction from these results for whatever it is. That's all I'm saying because excuse me, there's too many volcanoes popping off like popcorn. They not
You
they
mean
we
okay, so you're
waited.
saying it's too much activity.
Exactly.
There's
We
too much
waited for
activity.
we waited
Right,
for
in the
volcanoes to
atmosphere.
erupt.
Okay, I can go with that. I can roll with that.
The eruption of volcanoes was something like, like wanting and whoo till your head pop off, that kind of stuff. But now they popping off like, you know what I'm saying? Like fun rides, like go over here, go over here, go over here, they over there, they over here, they popping. So let's
Okay.
pop this show. Oh no, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, but wait though. No, before you even pop off the video. So, but just the land, right? Right. This what's going on now would be going on with or without society present. These are things that occur in the earth is going to occur in the earth on schedule, on time, whether there's human life or no life, whether there's people that colonize it or people who built it up, made these large societies or not. It's just when it's time to move, the earth is gonna do what it has its own timer. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. It's been that way forever. Can't nobody stop the shit. All you can do is try to not die from some shit moving around in the earth, from things not moving around the earth. But it ain't no timer. If we wasn't here, it still would be going on. Those volcanoes would still be pop, 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 popping because it's time to, apparently. So now it's the people here. They got to deal with it. Look at the people of Pompeii. You got a whole bunch of whole city full of statue people. Oh, they didn't know what to do back in the day. They moved right next to the volcano.
All because of
Built their whole society
you.
a ring around the volcano. So when it came, they was toast. I don't know what to say.
Well, Hawaii is on the volcano, so they
Someone is
say.
trying to get in the chat. Check the gram. They asked how do they get on the live stream?
They want to come up here.
Yeah,
I
someone
dropped the link
from
in the
no, Sakina, the gram, Instagram.
Oh, I dropped a link. Oh, I didn't drop a link in Instagram. Hold on.
Check the messages. If you see, it's her name was Mrs. Lovett or Lovely Lovett or something like that.
She in Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, I gotta
Oh, you
go.
know what? Let me
Hold
do
on
it.
one
Let me do
second.
it. I mean, I can do it.
Yeah.
I'll get her situated. You go ahead
All right. Let me share the
and
screen.
start the presentation.
All righty then. So let me share my screen. All right. Let us start to rock.
You get it together, Sakina? Where you go?
Should I go dun, 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 dun. Global crisis. So, the recovery of the ozone layer, y'all. It was a positive development, and it was part of a border that was needed for a sustained and a comprehensive ongoing global action in the environmental issues. So the term global crisis, it was referred to a variety of worldwide challenges, but in the context of referring to the health of the ozone layer today is actually a global success story rather than a crisis. And this is thanks to the international cooperation of adherence to the Montreal Protocol. The ozone layer is currently on track to recovery within the next few decades, and this agreement, along with the global efforts to reduce emission of the ozone depleting substances have effectively addressed what was once a pressing environmental crisis. However, it's crucial to continue monitoring and maintaining these efforts to ensure that the ozone layer's full recovery and to address other ongoing global crises such as climate change. So the ozone hole is, I wanted to ask you, were you aware that in the early 1970s, scientists found such evidence that human activity were disrupting the ozone's balance? Human products, we're going to say that, products of chlorine containing chemicals such as chloroflucanoid carbons, they call them CFCs, had added an additional factor that destroyed the ozone. So, what are the CFCs? They're compounds made of chlorine, fluorine, and carbon bound together. And because of these extreme stable molecules, CFCs do not react easily without other chemicals in the lower atmosphere. And one of these few forces that can break up the CFC molecules is ultraviolet radiation. Now, in the
Hello.
lower atmosphere, CFCs are
Yes.
protected.
All right, you at home?
Yeah, I was trying to call you earlier, but your phone wouldn't pick up.
Yeah, I was headed down to
You're not mutable.
Tony because she had surgery on her hip. She's in the rehab in Olathe around the corner from Andre.
Oh, okay.
And so what happened was I called her. I said, I looked at the storm thing on my thing. It said that we wasn't gonna have severe storms, so I already planned. I wasn't gonna do nothing. And
Yeah.
I said, I'll run over there right quick. And man, that didn't happen. I got over there about 2:30. I left at 5.
You okay, Jim?
Lisa and Andre, and oh, the Sean and Keisha's out. See the car,
Okay.
go ahead. I said, boy, you got like
Okay,
fucked
so
up.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I don't drive dark in the rain.
Exactly.
And, I came through some bad storm.
Okay.
It took me a whole hour. It usually take me like 30 minutes.
Well, I'm on live right now, and so I was just, answering the phone for you.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know why that phone
Peace,
didn't work.
Queen
'Cause
Nicole.
I
Peace,
didn't have a missed
Marquise.
call or
Peace,
nothing. So
Roundtable
I
gang.
know
Oh my
because it rang once and then hang up.
oh really? But
Mm-hmm.
it didn't even
I'll be
catch on
right
my
back
missed call.
and
Yep.
we're gonna start right back up in a
Oh,
minute. Thank
yeah.
you
Well,
all for joining.
then I seen that and I said, well, damn. I said, okay, I was over in Overland Park.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's all good. Long as you okay. And then Andre come up, he kind of worried about you and Keith. I say, boy, them two grown women. I'm going,
No, how about he worry about himself? He gonna sit there and
that's
tell,
what I said.
yeah, gonna
I
sit
said,
there and gonna sit there and tell Keisha, she a drunk nigga. You the biggest drunk out of the whole.
I told her, mother, worry about your drunk ass
Thank you.
every time.
I mean,
Every time you leave the house.
he got life messed up, and I don't know what he what he be on, but me and Keisha ain't went no place to get messed up. You got life messed up.
Well, anyway, long as you and Keisha cool.
Yeah, that's what we was calling you for, to see if you wanted to come over, but that was a long time ago.
Oh my goodness.
Back to the show.
All right, love you.
Love you more. Bye.
Oh my goodness.
What you laughing at, Sakina? I'm sorry. I missed it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, girl. Listen, I'm sorry. It was too cute. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Okay, so again, because of the let me start back from the top because I messed up. So were you aware that somewhere in the 1970s that scientists found evidence that the human activity were disrupting the ozone balance, and the human products of the chlorine containing chemicals such as fluorocarbon, fluorocarbons. I'm sorry, y'all. Chlorofluorocarbons had added additional factors that destroyed ozone. Now, the CFCs were carbons that were made up of chlorine, fluorine, and carbon bonds together. Right, it was fluorine, chlorine, and carbon bonds together. And because the extreme stable molecules, the CFCs do not react easy with other chemicals in the lower atmosphere. And one of the forces that could break up the CFC molecules was the ultraviolet radiation. Now, in the lower atmosphere, the CFCs were protected from from the ultraviolet radiation by the ozone layer itself. So CFC molecules thus were able to migrate intact up into the stratosphere. And although the CFC molecules were heavier than air, the air currents are mixing process of the atmosphere that carries them into the stratosphere. So the Antarctic ozone hole. In case of the ozone depletions, the first documented was in 1985, and it's in a paper by the British Antarctic Survey. They call them the BSA, the BAS. Those were the scientists by Joseph C. Farman, Brian G. Gardiner, and Jonathan D. Shanklin. And in the beginning of the 1970s, they had a large, rapid decrease in the total ozone by more than 60% of the relative by the global average. And it had been observed in the springtime from September to October over Antarctica. You know, they do a lot of testing and a lot of scientific things over there in Antarctica due to the wall and precipitation and all of that. Then this is why I was talking about that volcano or whatever. So Farman and his colleagues did the first documentation of phenomenon over there at the BAS station at Haley Bay, Antarctica. Their analysis attracted to the attention of the scientific community, which found that these decreases in the total ozone column were greater than 50% compared with historical values observed by both ground-based and the satellite techniques. Now, the ozone hole was not discovered until 1985, although they had the theory basis in the 70s. So it was identified by the three British scientists, Joe Farman, Brian Gardiner, and Jonathan Shanklin, who presented to observation evidence showing a drastic decrease in the stratospheric ozone over the Antarctica in the early 1980s. Their work contrasted a relatively steady state observed in the 1970s that suggested that the ozone hole was due to human-made chlorofluorocarbons carbons, the CFCs. This discovered a pivotal in understanding that the ozone layer dynamics and prompted significant global environment actions, such as the Montreal Protocol, to reduce emissions of ozone depleting substances. So the carbons, the CFCs, are synthetic carbons that contain carbons, chlorine, and chlorofluor. I'm sorry, y'all. Chlorofluorine atoms, and they are commonly used as refrigerants, propellants that are in aerosol products and in the production of foam insulation. So CFCs are stable and non-toxic in lower atmosphere, but can rise to the stratosphere where they can be broken down by ultraviolet radiation. And when the CFCs break down, they can release chlorine atoms that can easily cataractically destroy ozone molecules in the ozone layer. And these releases of the CFC in the atmosphere, they have been identified as a major cause of the ozone depletion.
See, now I didn't know that.
So chlorine atoms could be a major source of the chlorine in the stratosphere. And they also noted that the chlorine could destroy the extensive amount of ozone after it was liberated from the CFCs by the UV radiation. So free chlorine atoms and chlorine containing gases such as chlorine monoxide, CIO, could then break ozone molecules by stripping away one of the three oxygen atoms. And later, research revealed that bromine is a certain bromine containing compound such as bromine monoxide or BRO. This is even more effective than destroying the ozone, where chlorine and its reactive compounds subsequently laboratorial measurements, atmosphere measurements, and atom spherical modeling studies soon substantiated the importance of the findings. Substantiated and the importance of the findings. And so Cruzen, Molina, and Rowland received a Nobel Prize for the chemistry for this in 1995 for the efforts.
I think that's bromine, Sakina, bromine monoxide.
Yeah. Bromine.
You said bromine, like, I think it's bromine.
You know, right, because I end up, you remember, they broke it down later on, and it became something like something you could take and burp with. You see what I'm saying? So right, so it came out, and later they broke it down. So in a sense, it came to be Alka-Seltzer, y'all. Just look it up. So it's all broke down and into and so you can take it for Alka-Seltzer. So I'm sorry. So human activities have a significant effect on global concentration and distribution of the stratosphere ozone since before 1980s. And in addition, the scientists have noted that large annual decreases in the average ozone concentration began to occur by at least 1980. And measurements of the satellites, the aircraft, the ground-based sensors, and other instruments indicate that the total integrated column levels of the ozone, and that's the number of ozone molecules occurrence per square meter in sample columns of air, decreased globally by roughly 5% between 1970 and the mid-1990s, with little change afterwards. The largest decrease in the ozone took place in the high latitudes toward the poles, and the smallest decrease occurred in the lowest of the lower latitudes in the tropics. So, in addition, the atmospheric measurements showed that the depletion of the ozone layer increased the amount of the UV the UV radiation reaching the Earth's surface. The extreme cold temperatures inside the vortex that led to the formation of the PSCs, which occurred at altitudes roughly 12 to 22 kilograms, which is about 7 to 14 miles, had chemical reactions that take place on the PSC's particles that convert less reactive to the chlorine containing the molecules to more reactive forms, such as the molecule chlorine, which is Ci2, that accumulated during the polar at night. Now, the bromine compounds and the nitrogen oxides, they can also react with these cloud particles, and the day returns to the Antarctica in the early spring sunlight. It breaks the molecules into a single chlorine atom, and they can react with the sun, and then they destroy the ozone. So the ozone destruction continues to break up for the polar vortex, which usually takes place in November. And when the polar winter vortex also forms the northern hemisphere, however, in the general, it is near as strong as nor as cold as when the one forms in the Antarctic through the polar stratosphere clouds, and it can form in the Antarctic that is rarely long enough for the extensive degrees in the ozone. So the ozone decreases for as much as 40%, that it has been measured. And this thinly timing typically
They don't
occurs
say
during the
thinly
year.
timely.
I mean, it says it thinly typically occurs during the years when the lower stratosphere temperatures in the Arctic vortex has been significantly too low to lead to the ozone destruction process, similar to those that's found in the Antarctic ozone hole. So, as with the Antarctic large increases, the concentrations the concentrations in reaching the core.
Concentrations, Lord have mercy.
That's the concentrations. The contractions.
Concentrations in reactive chlorine
I'm sorry, y'all. In
have
listen,
been
I've been drinking.
measured in Arctic regions where high levels of ozone destruction occur. Now, wait, go back.
Where?
That km, I think you said kilograms, and that's kilometers.
Where I said kilometers?
At the top. So at the first paragraph,
I said
the extremely
kilometers.
cold temperatures. It's not kilograms. Yeah, it's kilometers.
I said kilometers.
Yeah, I thought you said kilograms.
No, I said kilometers.
Okay. So go back to that though. Go back to
Okay.
that.
All right.
Okay. So this
I click on
sentence
any
here.
one of these links if you need me to be to light it up if you have questions on any of those.
Yeah, because this right here, when you're done, I want to go back to this here because I would like to know how you get an ozone hole in the Arctic when you have less people. So, what in the Arctic is creating those chemicals in order to have a hole in the Arctic? Now, I can see, the rest of everywhere where there's people, because then you have all of these things that make up, that kind of make up the compounds, the refrigerants, the you know, the cars, the everything else that that it said that we use. That's when you have lots of people, right? Oh, the insulin for the houses. But if you're in the Arctic, you have very few people. So why study ozone hole?
It's all drawn to the cold air. It's all drawn to one place, is what it's saying. It's all drawing to a place, like all the cold air or all the contaminants and all these chemicals are drawing to a one place, like when hurricanes and all of this stuff is forming, it all draws to a place. So when you see cold air and warm air, and they all form and that's where you see these storms forming, because you have a formation of hot air and then you have a form of cold air, and they worry when they clash you're going to have this storm, because that's the form of flow, a flow of this air going one way and a flow of this air going the other way, and that's what forms that storm. And so what they're saying is the chemicals are flowing, but they only flow up, and so they're flowing toward this way towards the cold, because it's a chemical and it's going this way, and they all
Okay.
collectively go to a certain place for the
Okay.
cold.
No, I don't think that that's that, because here um it says, as with Antarctica, large increases of large increases in concentrations in reactive chlorine have been measured in Arctic regions where high levels of ozone
Exactly.
destruction occur. No, it's not exactly the one you're
No,
see. There's
because I
one
said they draw
okay,
to
so
a
wait a minute,
cold
hold on, let me
place.
right, no, let me break this paragraph down, right? So it says ozone destructions continue until the breakup of the polar vortex, which usually takes place in November. So, okay, these things are not taking place in the Arctic. There is a separate accumulation of these chemicals also occurring in the Arctic regions, because that's why it talked about, right, the spring sunlight. It says when the day returns to Antarctica in the early spring of sunlight, it breaks down the. So yeah, these things are occurring there as well as here. And then at the bottom it says that, as with Antarctica, right? They are measuring these things in the Arctic regions where high levels of ozone destruction occur. So, how do they have high levels like that with less people and less population? You know, that is quite the something. So
True,
they're studying it.
to a degree.
Yeah, you know, they're
They
studying
have
it
a
in
lot of
the Arctic,
construction.
and then
They
they're
have a lot of
studying it over
construction
here.
in the Arctic. They have a lot of construction, not in the sense of construction, but they have a lot um, of that kind of work going on. And again, we, we once we go farther down, but
Yeah, because I
we
would
got to
like
look
to
at
know
the
how many
chemicals that we're
ozone
talking
holes there
about.
are.
That's
Yeah, I would like to know how many ozone holes there are,
well,
because I always thought it was
it's
just
only one to my discussion.
one big
Yeah.
ozone layer. So, you know, but if this ozone hole has stretched out from here to the Arctic, then I guess it is something to be very concerned about. That's pretty deep.
Well, it's only one hole, but how big it is, that yeah, that's a different subject. That's
Mm-hmm.
a whole different subject. So as a result of the Farman paper, excuse me, a number of hypotheses have arose that attempt to explain the Arctic ozone hole. Your question. And it was initially
Yeah.
proposed that the ozone decrease might explain the chlorine catalytic cycle, which is a single chlorine atom that their compound strip the single oxygen atom from um, the ozone molecule, excuse me. And since the ozone loss occurred, that could be explained by the supply of reactive chlorine available in the polar regions by known process at that time, other hypotheses have arose. A special measurement campaign conducted by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration by NASA and the National Organic and Atmospheric Administration, which is NOAA, in 1987, as well as later measurements provided by the chlorine and bromine chemistry, were indeed responsible for the ozone hole, but for another reason. The hole appeared to be the product of chemical reaction occurring on particles that made up the polar stratospheric clouds, the PSCs, in the lower stratosphere. During the winter, the air over the Antarctic becomes extremely cold as a result of the lack of sunlight and reducing mixture of lower stratospheric air over the Antarctic and over Antarctica, which air outside the region. This reduces mixing is caused by the cumulpolar vortex. Circumpolar vortex is also called the polar winter vortex, bounded by the stratospheric jet of wind circulated between approximately 50 degrees and 65 degrees south over south the air over Antarctica and its adjacent seas is effectively isolated from the air outside the region. So the ozone depletion is the gradually thinning of Earth's ozone layer and the upper ozone atmosphere caused by the release of the chemical compounds containing gaseous chlorine or bromine from industry and other human activities. The thinning is most pronounced in the polar region, especially over Antarctica's ozone. The depletion is a major environmental problem because it increases the amount of ultraviolet or UV radiation. This and that reaches the Earth's surface, which increases the rate of skin cancer, eye cataracts, and genetic and immune system damages. So the Montreal Protocol ratified the 1987 and it was the first of several comprehensive international agreements that enacted to halt the production of the use of the ozone depleting chemicals. And as such, the results of a continued international cooperation on this issue, the ozone layer is expected to recover over time.
Okay, wait. Okay, so in this first paragraph here, where'd it go?
Have you ever wondered about the invisible?
Let me back up. Okay.
Okay, so the second, yeah, the second paragraph. The thinning is most pronounced in the polar regions, especially
Mm-hmm.
over Antarctica, especially over Antarctica, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're saying that in the paragraphs you had before, there's these theories because if it is the jet stream that is carrying these chemicals across the Earth's surface or and across to Antarctica, that means then that chemical is not breaking down.
All
How
right.
can
But this,
a chemical go up and then be carried across to another area and start to make a hole in the place where it's less populated? That means that this chemical ain't breaking down at all, even in the air, because you get what I'm saying? Like, that's wild to me. That is wild to me. So
again,
how, I'm wondering how long does this chemical take to even just break down? Because if they're saying it can be recovered over time, this chemical then takes a very long time, even in the atmosphere, to break down in order not
exactly.
to be, deadly or cause effects. That is wild. That's wild.
Exactly. You're right on time. And this was the first of the first discovery. So remember, this was actually from the first paper that was wrote from the first of the discovery in 1970, and this was the first of the papers that was wrote from in the actions from the 1970 to 1987. So that's a great eye, Gemini.
Mm. I see you. I see you giggling.
No, it's just the truth, though. You know.
Have you ever wondered about the invisible ceiling that shields us from the vast expanse of space? Welcome to this edition of Smokin' Conversations with Sakina-Ra, where tonight we are again learning about our universe and our world. However, it's not just a simple shell, but a complex, multi-layered structure. Each layer has its own individual, unique characteristics and functions. Welcome to the world of the Earth's atmosphere, a marvel of nature that is as intriguing as it is essential for life on our planet. Our first stop is the troposphere, the layer of atmosphere closest to Earth's surface. This is where we live, where we breathe, where airplanes fly, and weather patterns occur. The troposphere's thickness varies, thinner at the poles and thicker at the equator due to the Earth's rotation. Its thermal properties are quite fascinating. Temperature decreases with altitude, leading to a cooler, thinner air as you ascend. Now imagine climbing higher, crossing over the boundary known as the tropopause, and you'll find yourself in the stratosphere. Here the ozone layer resides, absorbing harmful ultraviolet radiation from the sun, shielding life on Earth. Unlike the troposphere, the temperature here increases with altitude. This temperature inversion creates a stable environment, making the stratosphere ideal for long-distance flight. Ascending into the mesosphere, we encounter an environment where temperatures decrease with altitude, similar to the troposphere. But the mesosphere is anything but similar. It's the layer where most meteors burn up upon entering Earth's atmosphere, creating a spectacular shower of shooting stars. Journeying further upwards, we reach the thermosphere, the largest layer of the Earth's atmosphere. Here, temperatures soar to extremely high levels due to the absorption of intense solar radiation, but paradoxically, it wouldn't feel hot due to the thinness of the air. This is also the layer where the beautiful phenomenon of the northern and southern lights occur, as charged particles from the sun interact with Earth's magnetic field. Finally, we arrive at the exosphere, the outermost layer of our atmosphere. This is the gateway to space, where atmospheric gases thin out and gradually fade into the vacuum of space. It's the realm of satellites quietly orbiting our planet, transmitting data that connects our world. In essence, the Earth's atmosphere is not just a blanket of gases. It's a dynamic, multi-layered system, each layer with its own unique dynamics and thermal properties. The troposphere, with its weather patterns, the stratosphere, home to the ozone layer, the mesosphere, the stage for meteor showers, the thermosphere, the host of the auroras, and the exosphere, the bridge to the cosmos. Each layer interacts with the others, shaping the conditions that make life on Earth possible. So the next time you gaze up at the sky, remember you're looking at an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of physics, chemistry, and biology. A tapestry that shields us, nurtures us, and fills us with wonder. The Earth's atmosphere is a marvel above us. For show, or as Gemini would say, #facts. We'd like to thank you for joining us tonight, and be sure to stay tuned for more with Smokin' Conversations with Sakina-Ra, sponsored by Silverback Nations. We appreciate you. Have you ever wondered about the invisible
So, since 1977, the first mission to the moon from Russia was the U.S., from Russia, the U.S., and whoever else at the time. All these punctures were made in the ozone on a continuous basis, along with the additional human air made substances. Both the health organization and we know that is the WHO Health Organization has been
The Health
monitored.
Ozone and the World Health
Yeah,
Organization.
the Health Organization and the WHO has been monitoring it. So the Health Organization layer has been showing signs of improvement thanks to the global efforts like the Montreal Protocol and the international treaty designed to phase out substances that depleted the ozone layer. According to NASA's Ozone Watch, ongoing monitoring of the ozone layer is conducted thoroughly through the satellite instruments, which help protect data and images to track the status of the ozone layer, including the Antarctic ozone hole. And you can go on the and watch this on the Ozone Watch. So the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which is the EPA, it notes the atmospheric levels of the ozone depleting substances, which significantly declined in the past 2 decades due to the Montreal Protocol. This declines expectedly to lead to a near complete recovery of the ozone layer by the middle of the 21st century, which is now. Although the recovery process is slow due to lengthy duration, it takes for these substances to be removed from the atmospheric by natural processes. And this is on the U.S. EPA. Let me get to it. I'm sorry. We know that NASA has its own launches. However, do you know about the launches that they have private and non-NASA sectors? So the commercial sectors of space economy, which includes private and non-NASA launches. So they have been major driver growth in the space industry, with commercial revenues constituting a significant portion of the total space economy, Space Foundation, indicating significant numbers of launches. So for more specific commercial spaces and activities for launches, you can go to a website. It's called Space Policy Online. I'm gonna put all this
that
in
tracks space launches. You can go to a website that tracks space launches.
Right, because I wanted to know if you could actually rent launches for space launches, because I'm like Gemini. I wanted to know, because I didn't want to just say chemicals was the reason for this ozone hole. So we went in. And so NASA and other space agencies use Space Act agreements, such as SAAs, to partner with other private entities, allowing them to access NASA launches and services, or to even collaborate with technology development and space exploration missions. And the commercial sector of the space economy, which includes these private and non-NASA launches, have been a major driver growth in space industry. And with the commercial revenues constituting the significant portion of the total space economy, Space Foundation, in the realm of space activities, these entities can engage in various forms of collaboration, including renting access to launches or even hitching a ride for payloads on scheduled launches. And this has become increasingly common within the rise of commercial space companies. Now, although these merchant space has space assets have become more democratic, allowing a broader range of participants to engage in the space activities. This approach does not only reduces the cost of individual entities, but it also fosters innovation and partnerships across the space industry. So various companies and international space agencies also offer collaborative launch services. For instance, the companies can book a slot for their satellite on a launch vehicle that's primarily carrying another payload. This helps distribute the cost of the launching among multiple stakeholders. So SpaceX has a ride share program. SpaceX, for example, offers a ride share program that allows smaller payloads to share a ride to the space on one of their Falcon rockets. And this program is designed to provide a more affordable access to space for smaller satellites that may not require or afford to dedicate a launch. NASA's commercial resupply services Additionally, NASA's Commercial Resupply Services, CRS, contracts with private companies like SpaceX and Northrop Grumman to deliver cargo right to the International Space Station. And these contracts not only facilitate resupply missions, but they also allow for the transfer of private payloads to the ISS for research and development purposes.
That's smart. That's smart. SpaceX is that Elon Musk. And
Yes,
so
it
because
is.
all of these rides and stuff like that, they're working, right? These are all
Right,
work people catching a, using a alternative way to get up there to either, work on the satellites or, fix things on the space stations that are up there. And
right.
so, I one would only assume that they know how much gas and fumes and carbon and all
Exactly.
kind of shit they're emitting with a big ass rock. I mean, with
Exactly.
a
So this
gigantic
is way
rocket, right?
more than
Yeah. So when you do it
cars
smaller like
and
this,
hairspray.
yeah.
Exactly.
But look how many times they're going up there. So it's like,
Exactly.
oh my
Come on.
gosh.
Come on. So the current research indicates that while the impact of rocket launches on the ozone layer is presently small, so they say, there's a potential for this to grow as the number of scale of space programs increase globally. The increase in rocket launches, particularly in the North Hemisphere, our projected rapidly growth in the space industry raises concerns about the sustainability of the ozone layer's recovery. Rocket emissions, which include substances like black carbon and the various oxides, are not yet regulated globally, pointing to a need for coordinated actions among aerospace companies, scientists, and governments to ensure that space activity remains sustainable and do not compromise the ozone layer's health. The international ozone research community with rocket launch providers are urged to collaborate in monitoring and understanding the impacts of the rocket's emission on the ozone layer. This includes measuring emissions for launches and integrating these findings into an industry's best practice for rocket designs and development. The goal is to balance the benefits of the space exploration with the need to project our planet's atmosphere for the future's generations. And this is in the science news. Again, you'll find all these links in the description when we post up. So the damage to the launches contribute to the ozone layer. In the natural ozone balance,
Right.
scientists found that the ozone layer levels change periodically, and it's part of the regular natural cycles, such as change in seasons, the winds, and a long time scale of sun variations. And moreover, these are volcanic interruptions that can be included in the into the inject materials collected into the stratosphere, and this can also lead to the increase of the destruction of the ozone. Over time, over Earth's lifetime, natural processes have irregulated the balance of the ozone in the stratosphere, which alludes to we have not helped. A simple way to understand the ozone balance is a way to think of a leaky bucket. As long as the water is poured into a bucket with the same rate of water that is leaking out, the amount of the water in the bucket will remain the same. Likewise, as long as the ozone is being treated in the same rate that it is being destroyed, the total amount of the ozone will remain balanced, equal, and or increase the same. This global decrease in stratospheric zones, as well as correlated with the rise of the chlorine and bromine in the stratosphere from the manufacture and release of the CFCs and of other halocarbons. Halocarbons produced by industry for a variety of uses, such as refrigerants and refrigerators, air conditioners, and large chillers, propellants for aerosol cans, blowing agents for making plastic foams, firefighting agents, and solvents for dry cleaning and degreasing. The atmospheric measurements have clearly what is this?
Corroborated.
Thank you, corroborated theoretical studies showing that release halocarbons in the stratosphere reacted with the destroying the ozone.
Yeah, so we're tearing it down from the ground up, and then they tearing it up from the
Right. Come on.
yeah, from the sky down.
Can you read this? My mouth so dry. My mouth so dry. Can you get me
Yeah,
right here?
right. In 1969, Dutch chemist Paul Crutzen published a paper that described the major nitrogen oxide catalytic cycle affecting the ozone levels. Crutzen, right? Am I saying that right?
Yeah,
Crutzen.
Crutzen.
Yeah, Crutzen demonstrated that nitrogen oxides can react with the free oxygen atoms, thus slowing the creation of the ozone, which is O3, and can also decompose ozone into nitrogen dioxide, which is NO2, and oxygen gas, O2. Some scientists and environmentalists in the 1970s used Crutzen's research to assist in their arguments against the creation of a fleet of American supersonic transports, the SSTs. They feared that the potential emissions of nitrogen oxides and water vapor from these aircrafts would damage the ozone layer. SSTs were designed to fly at altitudes coincident with the ozone layer, some 15 to 35 kilometers, 9 to 22 miles above the Earth's surface. In reality, the American SST program was canceled, and only a small number of French British Concords and Soviet Tu 144s went into service, so that the effects of the SSTs on the ozone layer were found to be negligible for the number of aircrafts in operation. In 1974, however, American chemists Mario Molina and F. Sherwood Rowland of the University of California at Irvine recognized that humans produce chlorofluorocarbons, molecules containing only carbon. Oh, wait a minute. Recognized that human produce chlorofluorocarbons, the CFCs, molecules containing only carbon, fluorine, and one more in chlorine, carbon and fluorine, because I know because that says and, so it may say chlorine because that's the end of it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, and scientists in 2014 observed. Thank you, Queen. They observed a small increase in the stratospheric fear ozone, and
It's so severe.
the stratosphere,
You know, be making up your own words.
Jesse, you know that ain't a word. A stratospheric ozone.
You could be making up her own words.
The stratospheric, it washed
The
itself.
stratospheric.
The stratospheric ozone. The first they thought that it was more. They thought in more than 20 years, which it attributed to the worldwide accomplice with international treaties. You know what? Sometimes you just get dumb for a minute. It attributed to the worldwide accomplice with international treaties regarding the phase out of ozone depleting chemicals to the upper stratospheric cooling because of increased carbon dioxide. Upon more thorough study, look, I was going to say thorough. However, scientists in 2016 announced that stratospheric ozone concentrations had actually been increasing in the upper stratosphere since 2000, while the size of the Antarctic ozone hole had been decreasing. So overall, ozone concentrations away from the poles had continued to fall since 1998. However, in 2018, studies showed that declines in the ozone concentrations in the lower stratosphere contrasted with gains made in the upper stratosphere between 60 degrees north and 60 degrees south. Another sign of the ozone layer recovery occurred in September 2019 when scientists recorded a small ozone hole since 1982, some 16.3 million kilometers and 6.3 million square miles at, at its peak intent above
Extent.
Antarctica. Extent above Antarctica. Now, in 1982, the ozone hole's peak extent was a little less than 16.1 million square kilometers, and 6.2 million square miles.
Okay, hold on, Sakina.
It's
Don't
shrunk.
go nowhere. Now, that's two holes. That's not one big hole. One hole that they're saying is in the stratosphere. The other one is over the Antarctic ozone hole that they can, they're saying it decreased while the other one increased. So even though they may not be on the same level, there's two things going on.
Well, I'm thinking it's the same hole. They're just saying it's shrunk.
Well, no,
They just
because
said
you
that
already
in
showed
two
us the
different terms.
stratosphere is not the same as the troposphere. We live in the troposphere, right? The
But
stratosphere
it's
is higher than that.
right, but it's
So
still
it's
the
going to
same hole. It's just on another level. That's all it
no,
is.
I just know it can't be the same hole if one is decreasing.
Yeah, but if it's on a different level of the same hole, you still got layers. If you get shot or you get a splinter, it still goes through your layers. You got 7 layers of skin. This ozone has 5 layers. It's still one ozone, but it has layers. So we still talking about the layers of one, right? It's over one Earth, but it's the layers that are over it. So we have to look at it that way. So you have 7 layers of skin, but you still have one body. So that's all this is. So it's only one layer. So just like if you have surgery, you got to let you healing from the inside. So the layers heal one at a time. That's all.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna
that's
roll
why
with
when
that.
we
I'm gonna
okay.
roll with that and keep reading.
Well, just go back to the video, but I'm gonna post the video up. So when we go into the layers, when we say the stratosphere, the troposphere, the exosphere, and we go on, those are layers of this one ozone. It's just the layers of the ozone. And so in 2018, the United Nations reported the estimate of the ozone hole would close slowly and the stratospheric ozone concentrations would return to 1980 values by 2060 above
Girl,
the Arctic
what
zone
the heck?
because they steady sending things out. So again, we said it's the same way, if we look at it as a bucket, the same way that we putting things in slowly, but we steady putting things out, it's going to heal at that same rate.
Ooh-wee.
So above the Arctic zone, the levels are expected to return to the 1980 values by the mid 2030s. The expected increase in the ozone will be gradually primary because of the long resident times of the CFCs and other halocarbons in the atmosphere. The total ozone layer levels, as well as the distribution of ozone in the troposphere and the stratosphere, would also depend on other changes in the atmosphere's composition. For example, changes in the levels of the carbon dioxide, which affects the temperatures in both of the troposphere and the stratosphere. Methane, which affects the levels of reactive hydrogen oxygen oxides in the troposphere and the stratosphere, can react with the ozone, and the nitro oxides, which affect the levels of nitrogen oxides in the stratosphere, can react with ozone.
Welcome to Smokin' Conversations with Sakina-Ra as we continue our travels to wonder what shields us from the sun's harmful ultraviolet rays. That unsung hero is the ozone layer, our planet's protective shield. This enigmatic layer of gas, made up of 3 oxygen atoms, is situated in Earth's atmosphere, working tirelessly to protect us. It absorbs a significant portion of the sun's ultraviolet radiation, acting as a global sunblock. Without the ozone layer, life as we know it would be impossible. So, what makes the ozone layer so crucial for our survival? Well, let's delve into the science of it. The ozone layer is a region of the Earth's stratosphere that contains a high concentration of ozone molecules. These molecules are formed in a fascinating way. It all starts with UV light from the sun, which splits an oxygen molecule, made up of 2 oxygen atoms, into 2 individual oxygen atoms. These solitary atoms aren't too fond of being alone, so they quickly join up with other oxygen molecules to form ozone, a molecule consisting of 3 oxygen atoms. This formation process is not just a molecular dance happening miles above us, it's a shield-building process. These ozone molecules serve as Earth's protective barrier, absorbing a significant portion of the sun's harmful ultraviolet or UV radiation. Without the ozone layer, this UV radiation would reach the Earth's surface, causing harm to all life forms. It's like the ozone layer is Earth's natural sunscreen, preventing us from getting a deadly sunburn. But instead of SPF 30 or 50, we're talking about a shield that absorbs around 98% of the sun's medium-frequency ultraviolet light. It's this absorption that keeps our planet's surface and its inhabitants safe from the sun's potentially harmful effects. The ozone layer, in essence, is Earth's natural sunscreen. It's a marvel of nature that plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of life on Earth. Given its vital role, how can we contribute to the preservation of the ozone layer? Well, there's no one-size-fits-all answer, but every single one of us can take steps to make a difference. Start by reducing the use of products that release ozone-depleting substances. These include certain types of air conditioners and refrigerators, aerosol products, and even some fire extinguishers. Consider promoting renewable energy as well. Whether it's installing solar panels on your roof or supporting wind power initiatives, every effort contributes to a decrease in harmful emissions. And let's not forget about the policies that aim to protect the ozone layer. Support politicians and organizations that prioritize environmental sustainability. Advocate for laws that limit the production of ozone-depleting substances and encourage clean energy alternatives. Remember, everyone has a part to play. Every small step counts in the mission to safeguard our ozone layer, our planet, and ultimately, our future. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed the show. At Smokin' Conversations with Sakina-Ra, sponsored by Silverback Nations. We appreciate you. Welcome to Smokin'.
So, the recognition of the dangers presented by the chlorine and the bromine of the ozone to the ozone layer spawned the international efforts to restriction the production and the use of the CFCs and the halocarbons and other halocarbons. And the 1987 Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer began to phase out the CFCs in 1993 and sought out to achieve a 50% reduction in global consumption from 1986 levels by 1998. A series of amendments to the protocol, a Montreal Protocol, in the following years were designed to strengthen the controls on CFCs and other halocarbons. By 2005, the consumption of the ozone-depleting chemicals controlled by the agreement had fallen by 90 to 95% in the countries that were parties to the protocol. During the early 2000s, scientists expected that the stratospheric ozone levels would continue to rise slowly over subsequent decades. The size of the Arctic hole had reached its greatest extent in 2000 when it expanded to 29.9 million square kilometers, which was 11.5 million square miles. By 2021, it its area has shrunk to 24.8 million squares kilometers, which was 9.6 million square miles. Indeed, some scientists contended that as levels of reactive chlorine and bromine declined in the stratosphere, the worst of the ozone depleted would pass. Factoring in variations in air temperatures, which contribute, contribute contributed to the size of the ozone holes, scientists expected that continued reductions in chlorine loading would result in the smaller ozone holes. So I guess you were right in the holes, but I'm still saying that's layers above the Antarctic after 2040. So the number is getting less and less from 2060 to 2040 now. So studies note that the continued reductions in the ozone depleting chemicals that follow the schedules proposed by the Montreal Protocol and its following agreements upon expected to result in the return to the 1980 ozone layer, ozone concentrations above the poles by the middle of the 21st century, perhaps as early as 2040. A, 20, a 2023 report by the United Nations noted that the Antarctic and the Arctic zone holes are expected to recover by 2066 and 2020 and 2045, respectively. And since the ozone is a greenhouse gas, the breakdown and anticipated recovery of the ozone layer affects Earth's climate, and the scientific analysis show that the decrease in the stratospheric zone observed since 1970s have produced a cooling effect, or more accurately, it has counterreacted a small part of the warming that has resulted from rising concentrations of the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases during this period as the ozone layer slowly recovers and in the coming decades, and this cooling effect is expected.
So wait, a greenhouse gas. So, we ought to do a show on that greenhouse gas because that could be a reason too why our food is smaller, right? So if it, produced a cooling effect,
Hmm.
and that means it's not warming, most natural fruits and vegetables, really thrive in warmer climates. So, you know how they always say once upon a time, the food was, the oranges were bigger, the grapes were bigger, things were bigger, and things are really small
Right.
now, so that definitely is a sign. I didn't really know that this was literally cooling off the earth as opposed to, what happened to global warming, right?
Right, but
Remember global warming was a thing. Now we got cooling effects.
right. It's just when they start to plant though around in the springtime. Then they start to harvest right in the fall. So that's when the cooling effects is the beginning of harvest and the end of harvest. But
Well,
I
no,
think the
in
cooling
this
is taking
paragraph
too
though,
long. I think
they're not necessarily using a cycle, right? It just
yeah,
said that, ozone observed since 1970s has produced a cooling effect, or more accurately, it has counteracted a small part of the warming that resulted in the rise of the carbon dioxide, which means it cooled off everything. It's not
yeah,
necessarily in no
it's
specific,
taking too long.
cycle.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's interesting.
yeah. I think it's last. Yeah, I'm with you on the lasting too long because I stay cold. So F. Sherwood. I think his name was Franklin or something to that effect. I know it's a guy. So Francis Sherwood, I think it was Francis. He was born in June 1928, Delaware, Ohio, U.S. He died in March of 2012 uh, in California. He was an
He was
American
kicking it
chemist.
in Corona Del Mar. He was kicking it.
Right. He was a American chemist who shared the 1995 Nobel Prize for the chemist with Mario Molina
Chemistry.
and Paul Crutzen for the research and the depletion of the Earth's ozone layer, working with Moline Rowland discovered that man-made chlorofluoro CFC propellant. Um, um, um. Listen, this is bio. I'm sorry, y'all.
This is a lot, right? Work way. Decomposition, right? Decomposition of the ozonosphere, the ozonosphere, which protects the
Right.
earth, which protects the earth from the ultraviolet radiation. Their findings eventually brought about the international changes in the chemical industry. Hey, okay. Roland was educated in his hometown at Ohio Wesleyan University. He earned his bachelor's in 1948 at the University of Chicago. Uh,
At
what
the
is that?
University of
Yeah, I mean, he
Chicago.
got his master's in 1951, PhD in 52. Oh, he was a bad, when he was badass.
Yeah.
He held an academic post at Princeton, 1952 to 56, and at the University of Kansas, 56 to 64, before becoming a professor of chemistry. Well, damn, before becoming a professor of chemistry at the University of California, UC Irvine in 64. At Irvine in the early 1970s, he began working with Molina. Roland elected to the National Academy of Sciences in 1978. I mean,
Come
they
on.
worked. Roland and Molina theorized that the CFC gases combined with solar radiation and decompose decompose in the stratosphere. Wait a minute. Roland and Molina theorized that CFC gases combined with solar radiation and decompose in the stratosphere, releasing atoms
Mhm.
of chlorine and chlorine monoxide that are individually able to destroy large numbers of ozone molecules. Their
Right.
research, first published in Nature magazine in 1974, initiated a federal investigation of the problem. The
Right.
National Academy of Sciences concurred with their findings in 76, and in 78, CFC based aerosols were banned in the United States. Further validation of their work came in the mid 1980s with the discovery of the so called hole in the ozone shield over Antarctica. And in 87, an international protocol to ban the production of ozone depleting gases was negotiated by the United Nations in Montreal.
Come on.
Mm-mm-mm.
The protocol.
Yeah, they got busy.
Paul
They got the
Crutzen. Come
attention
on.
of, I mean, national. Woo. Oh,
Paul Crutzen, born December 3rd, 1933 in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Died January 28th, 2021. He was Dutch, a chemist who received 1995 Nobel Prize for Chemistry for demonstrating in 1970 that chemical compounds of nitrogen oxide accelerated the destruction of the stratospheric ozone, which protects the Earth from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. He shared an honorary with American chemist Mario Molina and F. Sherwood Rowland, who discovered in 1974 that manufactured chlorofluorocarbon gases also contribute to ozone depletion. Preston received a doctorate meteorology
Meteorology.
from meteorology from Stockholm University in 1973, and he worked at Max Planck Institute for Chemistry in Mainz, Germany. And in 1970, he discovered that non-reactive nitro oxide N2O produced naturally by soil bacteria, and it rises in the stratosphere where the solar energy splits into two reactive compounds, NO and NO2. These compounds, which remain active for some time, react catalytically with ozone O3, breaking it down into molecular
Molecular.
molecular
Yeah.
oxygen, which is O2. His research was published in that year in the Quarterly Journal of the Royal, excuse me, excuse me,
Uh-oh.
in
Bless
the
you.
Royal, thank you, Meteorological Society. And although Crutzen's work was not widely accepted initially, it helped pave the way for a I'm be so
Pave the way
crazy.
for
Astronomical research.
atmospheric. Where you at? Yeah,
Atmos-
atmospheric research in Molina.
research. Listen, I get crazy right now. Um, other
It helped pave the way
publications.
for the atmospheric research of Molina and Rowland and other chemists.
Listen, after reading these words, somehow I feel like I can't read them no more. What is going on? Where my person was elected for the academic societies in both Europe and the United States, and Creston also was known for coining the terms anthrop- anthros- Anthropocene
Anthropocene.
in 2000 to describe the most recent period in history where the collective activities of human beings, Homo sapiens, began to substantially alter Earth's surface, atmosphere, oceans, and the systems of nutrient cycling.
So wait, keep it right here. So right there, that one paragraph. Oh, he said he discovered while he was in Germany in 1970, he discovered that non-reactive nitrous oxide produced naturally by soil bacteria. So that's what makes it a greenhouse gas. Interesting.
Come on.
You hear all that thunder and lightning? I mean, you don't hear the
Yeah.
lightning, but you hear the thunder.
Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm. It's going down
That's
out
real.
here.
That's real. I wonder, is it moving which way?
I haven't checked the weather lately.
And this is Mario Molina, who was the American chemist, born in Mexico City, March 19th, 1943. And he died
Mm.
October 7th, 2020 in Mexico City. Born a Mexican-born American chemist who was jointly awarded in 1995 for the Nobel Prize for Chemistry, along with the chemists F. Sherwood Rowland and Paul Crutzen, for research in the 1970s concerning for the decomposition of the ozone sphere, which shields Earth from the dangerous solar radiation. The discoveries of Molina and Rowland that some industrial manufactured gases deplete the ozone layer led to the international movement in the late 20th century to limit the widespread of chlorofluorocarbons, the CFC gases. Molina discovered chemical engineering at threat the national autonomous universities of
Autonomous.
Mexico, autonomous of Mexico. Uh, and he got a BS in 1965 in Mexico City and received an advanced degree from the University of Freiburg in 1967 in West Germany before returning to the alma mater to become an associate professor in 1967 and 68. He resumed his education in the United States at the University of California in Berkeley, and he got a PhD in 1972, where he worked for years before joining Roland at the University of California in Irvine. The pair conducted experiments on pollutants and in the atmosphere, discovering that CFC gases rise to the stratosphere, where ultraviolet radiation breaks them into components, elements of chlorine, fluorine, and carbon. There, each chlorine atom is capable of destroying about 100,000 ozone molecules before becoming inactive. Molina was the principal author of the paper describing their theories, which was published in the scientific journal Nature in 1974. Their findings sparked a nationwide debate on the environmental effects of CFC gases and were validated in the mid 1980s, where a region of stratospheric ozone depletion known as the ozone hole was discovered over Antarctica. Molina was in the jet
Yeah,
propulsion
propulsion.
laboratory at the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena from 1982 to 1989, when he became a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge. In 2004, he moved to the University of California, San Diego, and Molina was awarded the U.S. Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2013.
Girl, these resumes are stunning.
Come on. Oh,
I mean, geez Louise, these men were doing the thing.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong.
I mean, boy, you had a resume to read like that.
So, in the end, the UN Nations back panel of experts has also confirmed that the ozone layer is on track to recovery to its 1980 values by 2040, global with a recovery by expected by 2066, over the Antarctic by 2045, over the Arctic. And this recovery is largely attributed to the phase out of nearly 99% banned ozone
Okay.
depleted substance as a result of the Montreal Protocol. These findings underscore the success of the international cooperation in addressing environmental challenges and the highlight of importance of the continued vigilance and the adherence of environmental agreements to safeguard the ozone layer and by extension the Earth's climate, because global warming is real and still a concern.
Okay, so keep it there. So you see, they have three different years. So in 2040 globally, 2066 over
Over the
Antarctica, and by 2045 over the Arctic.
Antarctic. Right. Those are levels. Again, we talking about layers.
I don't see where you're gonna get a layer from the Antarctic and the over Antarctica and the Arctic. Those are not layers.
The Arctic is over the Antarctica, and it's still one layer. There are layers over
No,
the
the
same place.
Antarctica is in the Arctic.
Exactly. So that's still layers over the same place. Don't you? That's still the same place.
But the
You answered
Arctic is
that
vast
yourself.
over there. It doesn't just include just Antarctica.
That's still a layer over the layer. You just answered it yourself. The Arctic is over Antarctica, so that's a layer over that layer. We're talking about layers. If we
Okay,
were
so you're saying
building
it's a
bricks,
layer over the layer because
yeah,
the Arctic is going to recover faster than Antarctica, than the
exactly.
Antarctic.
Exactly. So if one was over the other ones, we talking about which one would heal faster.
Yeah, I think we got to break down what is exactly the Arctic and what does it cover, and
Right.
then
So
where
if you
is and then where is the Antarctic? What do they call the Antarctic? What's considered the Antarctic, and what is the Arctic? Those are two different things. Look at that
right.
recovery. That is years.
Right. So if we were saying right, because I don't the ozone layer is the layers. The ozone is probably the outside. The layers are the layers, and we are inside that. Or are we the inside the ozone? Is we the ozone is where we are, and the layers are protecting us. So we're inside the ozone, and the layers are protecting us, or is the ozone on the outside? Or are the ozones the inside and the outside, and the layers are protecting us on either side? See what I'm saying? So either way, we're being protected from what's outside and is keeping us on the inside, and the layers is what's protecting us. So that's what we you see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me read the
Because we're
definition.
protected from the sun, we're protected from the sun and everything from on the outside.
I
And that's
understand
what
that.
the layers protecting us from. So again, if you had a punctured wound, then each layer has to heal. Which one? The
I
one from
understand that, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about now, we're talking about the geographic location and where are these places that they are referring to? Because that is from 45 to 66. That's a long time. So that tells you something right there. So it says the Arctic and Antarctic are two polar regions located at opposite ends of the Earth. The Arctic is primarily made up of sea and ice, while the Antarctic is a continent covered in ice. Okay, the two regions have distinct climates, geography, and ecosystems. So the Arctic is located at the North Pole, and it extends into North America, Eurasian continents. It also includes parts of Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Russian, and Scandinavia. So Greenland is where those volcanoes you were talking about earlier in the show. That is the North Pole. Now that's the Arctic. Okay, now Antarctica is the South
um
Pole. Okay. And it also says that Antarctica is a large continent that sits over the South Pole, surrounded by the Southern Ocean, and has no other land masses nearby. That explains why it's going to take one longer to recover than the other. That explains it. So the Arctic is the North Pole, Antarctica is the South Pole.
okay, so which pole do they let the rockets off at?
Probably the North because there's nothing in the South Pole. Didn't you hear them say they ain't got no land masses? No land masses. And the South Pole is the one that they protect, right?
Okay, so
You
let's
know that,
answer this then.
right? And
If
so
they
the
let
North
rockets off on the
Pole,
North Pole, right? If they let
yeah,
rockets
the
off
North
on the
Pole
North
is the
Pole,
one that includes Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Russian, and Scandinavia.
all right, now let's go here. It has to be a like 50 or so degrees before they can launch a rocket. It has to be a certain cold temperature, like before they can launch a rocket. Otherwise, it's gonna pop when it goes in space. It can't. It has to be a certain temperature down here, so that they can launch a rocket. And that's why everything about launching a rocket has to do with the time of day, just like climbing mountains and carrying on. It has to be a certain time of day, and the temperature, all of that, and the weather, and everything has to do with launching rockets. Otherwise, they explode going up because they have to, and all of that plays a big role in that. And so
Yeah, but okay, but where are you
maybe
getting that rockets are launched in the North Pole though, Sakina? Where is
what
that?
the, well,
How you
where
factoring
do you
that
get
in?
where do you get where's the launching pads at, Gemini?
In Florida. They're all over, but the main
Exactly.
one
So
that NASA
where is
uses
that
is in
what
Florida.
what launching pad do you know is in the southern hemisphere? That's where I'm going with it.
None.
Exactly. So where are we talking about then? That's all
We are
I'm trying
talking
to go with
about
you. I'm
no, we
trying
are
to rock
talking
with
about
you.
the difference in we're talking about figuring out why one area is going to recover what 20 something years, 20 to 20 something plus years before the other one. And where are these? Because we kept on saying through the whole show, and Antarctica and Arctic
I'm trying to discover
using
who
that word
knows. Right.
interchangeably without knowing where they were exactly. So now we know, because you kept saying, okay, it's layers, and I'm saying, well, hold on. Antarctic, it's not no layer. One, they're at opposite ends of the earth.
Well,
So
I'll tell
this
you what.
ozone, but we already figured it out because there's holes with an S. So they are forming over the poles. And that's where they got the majority of this information from, right? They realized that, these poles had bigger and denser holes than elsewhere, than the populated areas, right? Then it said that the jet stream is the reason why, because we know that in those cold places it's less populated, right? But then they said that the jet stream took these chemicals over there. And that's how it began to create, this hole in the Arctic. It kept on saying that, right? And then it kept on
Listen, we
mentioning
can go back
Antarctica.
and we can go back because the Arctic and the Antarctica is the same place, unless you want me
No,
to
it's
not.
not. That's what I just read to you. It's not. It's not. Antarctic is the South Pole. Arctic is the North Pole. I just read you that. That's why I said we needed to know where these places were. The Arctic consists of, it extends to North America, Eurasian continents. It includes parts of Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Russian, and Scandinavia. The Antarctica, sits over the South Pole. It has over the Southern Ocean and has no land masses. Zero. Zero. And then,
Zero.
that's what we were talking about, because it kept on mentioning that over and over and over,
All right, you talking
and I'm
about
like,
this
well,
right
wait,
here,
there's more
the
than one
green
hole. That's
gas
what I said.
breakdown.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
right. There's more than one hole. And yes, there are. But it also
Okay, you
said
talking
the
about the
reason
green
why,
gas breakdown and the Earth climate. That's
yeah, it said the jet stream, right, was a reason how these gases got over these places and started to create an ozone hole, even with unpopulated in an unpopulated area.
all right. This says the green gas is any gas in its property of an infrared radiation net heat energy from the gas from Earth's surface. Can y'all see this?
I don't know what you're reading. Where are you at? Which paragraph?
This is in Britannica. Is the greenhouse gas is any gas that has property of absorbing infrared radiation.
Infrared radiation, yes.
Let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me
And then when I look at when it kept saying like this paragraph here, recover by 2066 and 2045. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. What are they talking about? That's how come I had to look up. Okay, so obviously we don't know where the Arctic, we don't know that the Arctic is different from the Antarctic. And that was the point I was making. So, when you kept saying, well, it's layering, and I'm like, well, hold on. This is not saying it's layering. This is still here in the troposphere where we are. So
all right.
greenhouse
So
gas don't have nothing to do with it. They're just saying that it is considered these chemicals that are going up in the air to destroy the ozone is also considered a greenhouse gas.
okay, let me see. Let me know when it's sharing or not. Is
It
it
is sharing right now.
okay? So this says the greenhouse is the gases is any gas that has property of absorbing infrared radiation or
Infrared.
net heat. Infrared energy, radiation, or net heat from the Earth's surface and re, I don't know what that is.
Re-radiating
And it's
looks like.
redirecting it back to Earth and the Earth's surface. So it's bringing it back to Earth and Earth's uh, uh, let's take a picture of this map. Let's bring
Right.
this
You still
down.
got to show me
So it's
where it
bringing it
is
back to the
layering.
surface.
And what we were talking about was the Arctic
But it
versus
just
the
looks like it's
Antarctic.
anywhere. It's just taking it right. Okay, let me go back. Let me go back because I want to go back to. Let's take this out. I want to go back to the Arctic. So let me go back to a slide because I want to pull it up. Antarctica.
Now, none of your slides told us where these places were. They're just gonna assume that if you're reading this, you have to know where it is. But
No, I have links on them, all of them. So if I had questions, I could go to them. So that wasn't the problem. So this is Antarctica threatens global warming. Let me pull it up. Hold on. I want to find a better one because this is just Britannica. I don't want to go here. Let me find one on the NASA site.
how's the chat doing? I cannot see the chat. Can you see the
I
chat?
know. Peace, brother Brian Dog. I still see RTG and everybody. I guess everybody quiet. They ain't saying nothing. They just
We're just
letting
listening
us
because
go
they're
at it.
listening to us dialogue, trying to break
Okay,
this
no.
down. Because certain words, that just pop out at you. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. How can, it just kept on saying that over and over. One is going to recover a lot faster than the other. How is that possible if they're on the same, if we're in the troposphere and they're not, and now discovering they're not even nowhere near the same place? They're opposite ends of the earth. That is, you cannot layer if you're on the same, that's not a layer. It's a hole in a hole.
All right, now hold on. Let me pull this up. Even though it's Britannica, it still works. All right, let me know when it's sharing.
It's
Peace,
sharing.
nephew Marcus. All right, so um this is
The
centered
Arctic.
in the North Pole,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's by Greece. It's also by Russia, which we know is cold as polar bears, right? Um, so is distinctly a polar condition of climate and other physical features. It's by the article there. It's the northern constellation of the area of the Arctic Circle, mathematic line drawn between the latitude of 66 degrees and 30 negative, marking the southern
North,
limit of the
30 north.
ozone, limit of the zone, where there is at least one annual period of 24 hours during which the sun does not set, and one during which it does not rise. This line, however, is without value as the geographic boundary, since it is not key to nature of the terrain, where there is no divided line. Remember, we was talking about that visible line?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, I
why they
remember
have
that.
remember we were talking about that north and south, and I was telling you it went north and south because it's an invisible line. We was me, you,
But
and
that's not all the
round
way
table game
south. That's
talking
just
about that
stepping
invisible
into the south. Yes.
No, but this is north too. Remember, I was telling you, it also went north. This is that invisible line. They called it
Okay, but
something else, but
whether the
it's
line
still
is
the
invisible
invisible
or not,
line.
when you
And
step
so,
over the invisible line, you are now entering into south, but not far south, because you ain't got far south yet. You're just now entering
right,
into
but
the
again,
southern
this
the
is
southern
still
region. So now pull. Okay, so that's Arctic. Now pull
right, but
up
again,
Antarctic.
this part of Russia. Okay, but wait, let me finish out. This part of Russia, as well as Canada, right? And even over here in the Dakotas, it gets cold over here. Not as cold as the Arcticas, but it gets cold over here, right? Russia and them get it bad over here too,
Freezing.
but we don't
Yeah.
get it as bad. You know what I'm saying? But they get it bad. We don't get it Arctic, like igloo them, right? But I don't know. They get it worse than we do, and I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to get out of here. Right. So let me let me type in Antarctica, right? Because
Antarctic.
listen
Just do
here, I'll tell you
Antarctic
right now.
instead of Antarctica.
Here you go, right here. Oh, why you disappear on me?
Because you didn't click it.
Maybe I spelled it wrong. Here you go. Why y'all ain't let me get it? Oh, here it comes. Antarctica. All right. It's the southernmost, fifth largest continent, landmass, only covered over a vast ice sheet.
It's almost
Often described as
wholly
a
covered. Read
continent.
that right, Sakina. The landmass is almost wholly
Wholly
covered.
covered. I said a landmass ice sheet. Right. Often described as the continent of superlatives.
Super
Antarctica is not only the world's supermost continent, is also the world's highest,
southernmost.
driest, windiest, cold. Okay, well, they know it's southern. I'm sorry, continent, and it's all the world's highest, driest, windiest, coldest, iciest continent.
Mm,
Then that's a lot to say.
that's a lot to
Highest,
say.
driest, coldest, windiest, iciest.
Freezing is don't nobody want to
Right?
live their
It's
ass. There is
5.5. I'm sorry, not 50. Just they pay people to live there. They pay people to live there. It's
facts.
5.5 million square miles, 14.2 million square kilometers in size, and thick ice covers about 98% of the land. The continent is divided into East Antarctica, which is largely composed of high ice covered plateaus, which is
Plateau.
West Antarctica, which is largely ice sheet covered in archipelago mountains and islands, mountainous islands. And it is lying in the concentrically south around the South Pole. Antarctica name means opposite to the Arctic.
Boom.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, come on then, Antarctic. It would be essential circular except for the outflaring Antarctic Peninsula, which reaches toward the southern tip of America. Pangea, come on. And for two principal embayments, the Ross Sea and the Weddell Sea. These embayments of the Southern Ocean made the continent somewhat pear-shaped, dividing into two unequal parts. East Antarctica lies mostly in the east longitudes and larger than the West Antarctica, which lies wholly in the west longitudes. East and West Antarctica separated by approximately 2,100 miles, about 3,400 kilometers along the Trans-Antarctic mountains.
Mountains. Right. So this is what I'm saying. You know, and that's why I said,
those
like,
are the mountains that are very, very, very climbed. I'm sorry, I just want to throw that in. Those mountains are
okay. So, needless to say, right,
climbed,
nobody is populating
but they are
the South
climbed.
Pole. Period. Nobody is populating the damn South Pole. People are populating the North Pole, but ain't nobody populating the
But that's
South
where
Pole.
all the discovery. They have a lot of people.
Yet, hold on.
It's a lot of work done. Listen here, they have
the longest to
so
recover with zero population there. That's
yeah.
it. I mean, girl, that's deep in and of itself. Zero population there in the South Pole and the Antarctic, yet it has the larger, it has the larger of the holes, and it's going to take the longest to recover. But yet, you know, people are going in and out of space. They're saying that's gonna start to repair itself in 2040. They're saying the North Pole with all of those people and all of those other countries are gonna, you know, start to recover in 2045, and then we're totally unpopulated 2066. That's wild to me. That's wild. That's wild as hell.
Yeah.
So the code, you know, maybe the code has something to do with keeping those chemicals, since we know those chemicals take so long to break down, right? Then, you know, it's safe to say when it is cold, it is taking those chemicals longer because there is no heat.
Yeah. That's true. That is true. That's why they say global warming is real.
Max.
And it's still a concern. So the situation with the ozone layer isn't currently a global catastrophic event, thanks to the effect of the international response in the ozone depletion and the success of the global efforts to phase out ozone depletion. Substances the substances under the Montreal Protocol, and it has led to positive trends toward the recovery of the ozone layer, which is a rare environmental success story in the content of the global challenges. However, it's important to differentiate between the ozone layer recovery and other global crises, particularly to climate change. And while the actions taken under the Montreal Protocol have also had positive side effects on climate change and migration by reducing the emissions of gases, and they have both had ozone depleting and global warming potential, they don't address, or they do not address, the broader range of greenhouse gas emissions and other factors that's contributing to climate change. Therefore, while ozone layer recovery is a positive development, it doesn't negate the broader array of environmental and societal changes that we're facing. And this includes the climate change, the biodiversity loss, pollution, and resources depleting, among others. So let's get a deeper understanding.
Well, I think we got our deeper understanding, honey. When it said that they were opposite opposite pole, I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, oh, snaps. Okay, well, damn, you're not saying what I thought you was saying at all. But whatever, you know, we just learned something. At least I did. Maybe all the smarty-arties out there knew that already, but whatever.
Let's go with this one. All of them go with this.
Yeah, go with the wine. Go with the wine. It's always safer. It's always safer for sure. Oh man. You know what? Every time you do these presentations, Sakina, we learn so much. I keep on telling you, it's like going back to school, adult style. We're like grown people learning, in depth, different from elementary, a primary level school, because we're learning in depth about where we live at. And that's just,
I
that's
love
the main
it.
thing, because we don't know where we live at, and we don't know what's going on where we live at, because we're so far in space that we are way past what the hell we so sometimes it be so far out there, it has nothing to do with people. Like, once you get so far out, it ain't got a damn thing to do with people and where we live at, because we don't live out there, we live here. So to understand our environment and what's going on, yeah, this is way cool.
I appreciate you.
What's so funny? Oh my God, Sakina, I can't even imagine what you're thinking right now. Something way out. I already know. Oh man. Mm-mm-mm. What you doing?
Oh my God, was I showing the video or no?
No, you wasn't. You was only showing you. I kept saying like,
Oh
Sakina.
my goodness. Hold on. Let me find out what the Samuel Jackson is going on.
With the
Okay.
Samuel L. Jackson.
All right. So
This is bigger
let
than Nino
me.
Brown.
It
It's bigger
really
than
is.
Nino Brown.
All right. So this is
Okay.
where we at. All right. So um um where we at? Let me
No,
go back
ma'am.
one. Because I think right, we got here.
Yes.
No,
Yes, we
yeah, we
did.
here. So okay, we did this one.
Yes.
All right, so we should be right about here. So the situation, right, with the ozone layer isn't currently a global catastrophic event, thanks to the effective international response to the ozone depletion. The success of the global efforts to phase out the ozone depletion substance under the Mitochondrial Protocol have led to positive trends toward the recovery of the ozone layer, which is a rare environmental success story, and in content of the global challenges. However, it's important to differentiate between the ozone layer recovery and the ongoing global crisis, particularly the climate change. And while actions taken under the mitochondrial protocol, have been also have been a positive side effect on climate change migration by reducing the emissions of gases, and they both have been ozone depleting and the global warming potentials. They don't address, or they do not address, the broader range of the greenhouse gas emissions and the other factors contributing to the climate change. Therefore, while the ozone layer recovery is a positive development, it doesn't negate the broader array of environmental societal challenges we face, which includes climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and resources depletions, among others. So let's get a deeper understanding.
Have you ever pondered on the invisible shield that protects us from the harmful rays of the sun? Welcome to another edition of Smoking Conversations with Sakina-Ra as we explore this silent guardian, known as the ozone layer, is pivotal to our survival. But what can we do to protect it? The ozone layer, located in the stratosphere, 6 to 30 miles above the Earth's surface, is a thin, gaseous blanket primarily composed of ozone molecules. These molecules, made up of 3 oxygen atoms, give the ozone layer its unique ability to absorb and block most of the sun's harmful ultraviolet, or UV, radiation. A world without this protective layer would see a dramatic increase in the intensity of the sun's UV radiation reaching the Earth's surface. This would lead to a surge in skin cancer rates, damage to our eyes, and a disruption to our immune system. All life forms, from the smallest plankton to the largest mammals, would suffer. The ozone layer also plays a crucial role in regulating the Earth's climate. But over the past few decades, human activities have significantly depleted the ozone layer. Chemicals such as chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, used in air conditioning units, refrigerators, and aerosol cans have been the primary culprits. But all is not lost. We can take action to protect the ozone layer. It starts with us. By recycling and reducing waste, we limit the production of substances that can harm the ozone layer. We can choose public transportation or carpooling over personal vehicles to reduce carbon emissions. We can switch to eco-friendly products that do not contribute to ozone depletion. And we can plant more trees as they absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen, reducing greenhouse gases. The Montreal Protocol of 1987, an international treaty designed to protect the ozone layer, has led to the phasing out of many ozone-depleting substances. As a result, scientists believe that the ozone layer could recover by the middle of this century. In conclusion, the ozone layer is more than just a layer of gas in our atmosphere. It's our protector, and its degradation due to human activities is a stark reminder of our impact on the environment. But it also stands as a testament to the power of collective action. Through international cooperation and individual responsibility, we can ensure the recovery and preservation of this vital atmospheric layer. Preserving the ozone layer is not just about protecting a part of our atmosphere, it's about ensuring the survival and prosperity of all life on Earth. It's about safeguarding our future, and the time to act is now. Remember, every small action counts towards preserving our ozone layer. It's not just about the big changes, but the everyday choices we make. As we've learned, the restoration of the ozone layer requires a collective effort. But what does this mean for us on an individual level? How can we contribute to this global cause? Let's delve into some practical ways we can all help protect the ozone layer. Recycling is one of the simplest and most effective ways we can reduce our carbon footprint. By recycling our waste, we reduce the demand for new materials, which in turn reduces the production of harmful gases that deplete the ozone layer. Another way to contribute is by making conscious choices in our daily lives. For example, choosing eco-friendly aerosol sprays that do not contain ozone-depleting substances can make a big difference. Planting trees is another measure we can take. Trees absorb carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas, and release oxygen. This not only helps reduce global warming, but also indirectly aids in ozone layer preservation. Lastly, choosing public transportation or carpooling over driving alone can significantly reduce the amount of harmful gases released into the atmosphere. These are just a few examples of how we can all contribute to the preservation of our ozone layer. Each action might seem small, but collectively, they can have a significant impact. So let's take responsibility and do our part to protect the only home we have. We hope that you enjoyed tonight's presentation on topics like this and more. Be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notifications to Smoking Conversations with Sakina-Ra, sponsored by Silverback Nations. We appreciate you. Have you ever pondered on...
I hate when it gets stuck. So now that we know that the ozone layer and life on Earth will be significantly different, more challenges, as well as the ozone layer serves as our protective shield. Now let's recap on exactly what would happen if the ozone layer was absent. We know that we would get an increase in the ozone's UV radiation without the layer to filter out the harmful UV, the UVB, and the UVC radiation. For these rays will reach the Earth's surface at much higher intensities. The UV radiation could cause skin cancer, cataracts, and other health issues in humans and in animals. We know that our ecosystem disruption, the higher levels of the UV radiation could disrupt our ecosystems, particularly affecting the plankton, which based on the aquatic food chains and other plant life, which are crucial for absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. We know agriculture impacts such as crops and vegetation would be more susceptible to the damages from the increased UV and the levels potentially reducing yields and affecting food supplies from the climate. We know the change in acceleration in the destruction of the plant life will hinder the process of the photosynthesis, reducing the amount of carbon dioxide absorbed from the atmosphere and potentially accelerating climate change. And the human health risk would increase exposed to the UV radiation, which would lead to a higher rate of skin cancer, the sunburns, the eye disease like the cataracts, posing significant public health challenges. We will have material degradation with the UVs that can change and degrade materials like plastic, wood, fibers, rubber, and reducing the lifespan in various products and structures. And in essence, the ozone layer is a crucial and for maintaining the balance on life on Earth. And its depletion would have far-reaching implications for environmental health, biodiversity, human health, and the overall stability for life on our planet. Now, with the UV radiation, the ozone layer's primary function is to filter out most of the sun's harmful UV radiation. So when the ozone layer is depleted, the increase of the levels of UV radiation reaches the Earth's surface, impacting the ecosystem. That's human health and the weather patterns indirectly. The increase of the health risk would be drastic, increasing the skin cancer. As we know cataracts and the UV induced with the health condition. This is also with people with asthma, people with heart diseases, heart failures, and other things of that nature. So the immune system could also be weakened, reducing resistance to various diseases. The ecosystem collapse. And when the ecosystem collapses, the humans depend on food for water and other resources, which can severely be impacted. And the increase in the UV radiation could harm the base of the food chain, including the phytoplankton and the plants, disrupting the ecosystem and the agriculture, leading for the food shortage. This would also include vitamins. The climate disruption and the environmental impacts would extend to the climate change, with the ozone layer itself does not trap heat like greenhouse gases, and the absence would lead to an unforeseen change in the climate patterns, potentially exacerbating the effects of the climate change. The economic impact for agricultures, fisheries, and the materials like the plastic and the wood will suffer under increasingly UV radiation, leading to an economic strain on resources and its scarcity. The weather patterns and the interactions between the ozone layer and the atmospheric components can influence weather. For example, the ozone hole in the Antarctic has been linked to a change in the southern hemisphere weather patterns, affecting rainfall and temperatures far beyond Antarctica itself. While the ozone layer impacts is more indirect compared to the immediate factors like the greenhouse gas emissions or ocean temperatures, its health is integral to the overall status and the functions of the Earth environmental systems. Ensuring that the recovery and the stability of the crucial aspects of the global environmental health is indirectly, and it contributes to the migrating border climate change impacts. So in the absence of the ozone layer, it would lead to an increased level of ultraviolet light radiation reaching the Earth's surface, which could impact water evaporation and contamination in various ways. The increase of evaporation rates would be higher levels of UV radiation, and the potential and increased temperatures could accelerate the evaporation of surface water. This might lead to faster drying of soils, more intense and frequent droughts, and impacts on water supply for both eco and human use. Water quality and contamination from the UV radiation can both purify and harmful effects on water quality. On one hand, the UV light is used to sterilize water, kill bacteria and other pathogens. And on the other hand, the increased UV light can break down chemical pollutants in water into potentially more harmful byproducts. Additionally, the ecological balance of aqua aquatic environments. I'm sorry, thank you. Environments could be disrupted, affecting the overall quality of freshwater resources. Aquatic life, increased UV radiation could be harmful to aquatic ecosystems, damaging phytoplankton and other aquatic organisms at a base of the food web. This could have cascading effects on the entire aquatic ecosystem, potentially having to reductions in water quality and the availability of resources for a larger organism in humans. And overall, while we can predict some possibility outcome basis on our understanding of UV radiation effects, the full scope of the impacts on the water evaporation and contamination in the world without the ozone layer would likely be complex and multifaceted, influenced by the range of environmental and ecological factors. So although the ozone layer does not directly cause phenomena like earthquakes and hurricanes and unusual weather events, those are broader connections with the Earth's environmental system. The depletion of the ozone layer has influenced climate patterns due to the change in the astronomic, thank you, just read this for me. You know, I'm tongue
changes in atmospheric circulation.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm tongue tied right now.
This in turn can interact with other factors that affect weather, like sea surface temperatures, which are significant for hurricanes. Similarly, broader climate changes impacts which are linked to human activities like greenhouse gases, gas emissions, influence weather patterns, potentially leading to unusual snowfall or cold weather in areas that are not typical. So while the ozone layer's status isn't a direct cause of the geophysical or weather events, it's a part of the complex and interconnected system where various elements, including climate change, can have an indirect influence on these phenomena. Ecosystems and agriculture can cause increased UV radiation, can affect the plankton, the base of the oceanic food chain, and disrupt terrestrial plant growth, impacting agriculture and ecosystems, which in turn can have broader implications for Earth's climate and weather systems. Climate impact. Changes in the ozone layer can affect atmospheric temperatures, temperature structures, and wind patterns. The ozone layer absorbs and scatters solar energy, and its depletion can alter the thermal balance and circulation in the stratosphere. This, in turn, can influence weather patterns and potentially contribute to climate change effects.
Thank you.
You got it.
So the moon influences on the Earth in its primary gravitational affects the tides and the length of the day, and potentially some aspects on Earth's geographical stability. Unlike the sun, the moon doesn't emit radiation that would directly impact the ozone layer on Earth's climate. But here's a breakdown of the moon's effects. So you have tidal wave forces, where the moon's gravitational pull is a key factor in Earth's tidal systems. It influences the ocean's tides, which plays a crucial role in the marine ecosystem, and it can affect the coastal environment and the weather patterns. And you have the Earth rotations, the gravitational interactions between the Earth and the moon. It slows down the Earth's rotation gradually, and it affects the length of the days over the geographical time scales. You also have,
Logical,
huh?
logical, geological,
Geological,
not
I'm
graphical.
sorry, geological time scales. Then you also have geographical stability.
Physical,
Oh, well, then I'm so sorry. I told
geophysical.
you. Geophysical stability. Geophysical stability. Some studies suggest that the moon's gravitational pull might have some stabilizing effects on the Earth's axial tilt. Now, a lot of people don't even know the Earth has an axial tilt, right?
Yeah,
That's why we have that day. But
the Earth spins on
anyway,
its axis.
right, this is the crucial for maintaining the planet's seasonal and the climate stability. We'll do something on that later. No direction and impact on the zone. So the moon doesn't emit significant levels on the ultraviolet or the forms of radiation that could interact with the Earth's ozone layer. However, I ain't gonna say however, but the impacts on the Earth is largely gravitational and not
Not
radiation,
radio. Yeah,
not
that's good. That's good.
while the moon plays a central role in Earth's natural systems, its impact on the ozone layer and broader atmospheric compositions is direct, primarily influencing Earth through gravitational forces rather than the emissions of radiation like the sun. So, when we think of the term global crisis, now it's more than just referring to a variety of worldwide changes in the context. We know science is referring to the health of the ozone layer, and we should ensure that it remains to exist as actually a global success story rather than a crisis. Thanks to the international cooperation of the adherence to the Montreal Protocol, the ozone layer is on track to recovery within the next few decades. And that agreement was the global effort to reduce emissions in the ozone depletion substance, which have effectively addressed what was once a pressing environment crisis. However, it's crucial to contain, monitoring, and maintaining the efforts to the ozone layer's full recovery to address the other ongoing crises, such as our time to climb, a T need for change. In closing, while the recovery of the ozone layer is a positive development, it's part of a broad need for sustained and comprehensive global action on the environment issues. So, it's a solar connection with the sun, the moon, and other cycles and systems, our cosmos influence that formulated and orchestrated this harmonious mystery called the universe. So this time I challenge you to start a list of our similar body functions from previous shows in comparison with the universe so that we can begin to build on some interesting topics, such as the meaning behind concepts like the bright idea. I hear you, but I don't see no light. Medicine over the counter, such as aspirins, the peace of mind in meditation, or the peace of mind, a vacation, the thought process. Who knows this? For no one knows what your nose knows unless your nose knows what it knows. And this means, in essence, mind your own business or know what you're talking about. Hashtag facts. This is just some ideas. However, I'm sure you can come up with more. So please don't forget to make sure that you write down your suggestions. And I hope to see you on the next conversation, on the next Smoking Conversations with Sakina-Ra.
Hey, hey. Who knows what the nose knows unless the nose knows?
We'd like to thank the following for their experiences and journeys and researches, which was used in this presentation because it was for their heroism, and their works has not gone unnoticed. And for that, we appreciate them. And again, you'll find all of these links with the videos and with tomorrow when we drop the presentation. We thank you all for attending. We're going to drop the link in the chat again, and we hope that you come up and share your views and opinions. Yay!
Love it. Love it.
Yay! What's my favorite word? Yay! And there is the link. I hope.
Very good. Very good. That was the ozone layer in depth. I appreciate that. That was good.
Yeah, so I just dropped the link. Let me see. I know you see it. I know you see it. Eeny, bitty, buddy, bo. How many of you want to go?
I think when you do
Yeah,
these
that's all. I
shows,
don't know.
a lot of people, come
Mm-hmm.
to. I think when you do these shows, a lot of people come to learn. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's more of a learning, than conversational piece because there's so many interesting facts surrounded by things that you think you may know, but you don't know how much you don't know until you do in-depth discovery like this. Then you
Well,
start learning,
sometimes,
oh, okay, because people say the ozone layer, but they never knew what type of gases affected the ozone layer. That's what you brought out.
yeah, and you sometimes well in death I be learning too because I be like, well, wait a minute now, you not finna blame us for this now. Hold on. Right. So, I appreciate it though, honestly, because this is a learning experience too, because from what I was once learned or once told, and I have an opportunity to go back. What? I got something on my face? What is it?
No, that's me.
Oh, okay. I thought I had a
I
booger on my
think I
face or
got
something. I'm like,
a light or something. Is it no? Yeah, I think it's just a light shining from outside.
I can dig it,
Outside
you
the
can dig
window.
it, she can dig it, we can dig it, I can dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, she dig it. Have you ever heard that song before? I can dig it, she can dig it,
No.
we can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
she dig it. Listen here, I should have been. No, you know what? I can dig it, she can dig it, we can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, she dig it. Listen here. I'm just like, but I can dig it though. You just be trying to, put it together because I want to, because the next one we're doing is actually the celestial body.
Mm-hmm.
So as we put our list together from this one, right, it's going to fall in line with the celestial body. So at the end of celestial body, we should have something we can and see
Yeah,
what we
because I
can.
would like to sit here and do go back to that one where you was talking about the Earth's axis tilt. You know, like you're saying, a lot of people do not understand that the Earth spins on its axis and it's a tilt. So we can do a show, you know, on that. I think that would be a good, a cool, way cool show. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely,
right. Because
absolutely.
we have the summer solstice coming up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uh, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that deals with the tilt,
Mm.
right?
Well, when we get the when we start when we you know get that show together, we will. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
get on to
because I
some
believe
facts.
that's
Yeah.
one of the summer and the winter. But if I'm not mistaken, those deal with the tilt because of that 24 hours we talking about, right? I believe that's when they deal with that 24 hours is in the summer and in the winter. That's when that tilt really becomes effective. You see what I'm saying? And so
Mm-hmm.
that'll be a good time to talk about it. You see what I'm saying? Because that's when they get that full day in the summer. That's when they get that
Well, we can
full
come back.
day.
Yeah, we can talk about it a few times. I mean, if that's the case, because
Yeah.
yeah, to see, yeah, to talk about the impact, you know, of those days, because I was interested that it said that there's actually two times a year where the sun does not rise or the sun does not set. It's like,
Hmm.
did anybody catch that? That's deep.
Yeah. So we can
Like, how
actually,
many smarty arties knew that? That's very, very, very deep.
see, and
Like, what?
this cannot happen on a it cannot happen on a flat earth. You see what I'm saying? It cannot happen on a flat earth. And so,
It's
this is
not
another
going to happen on
reason.
a flat Earth. I
Right.
don't know
It
what type of
cannot,
ecosystem. Maybe the ozone does not exist on a flat Earth. I don't
right. It
know.
cannot happen on a flat earth. This is why, they will run around hollering, uh, which still doesn't make sense because how can you uh, call people devils, right? These same people call people devils, but yet they can sit in church and say a Holy Ghost jumped in them.
Girl, stop.
You see what
Girl,
I'm saying?
stop.
Now, anytime something can jump in you and make you start jumping around in church, right? But you're gonna tell somebody else they got a devil in them. You need to be careful because something jumped in you and got you dancing around. And that same Bible told you he was done with the tongue, and they cast demons out you, and you didn't ran up in church and something jumped up in you and got you running around acting a fool, and you talking about what? It's holy. You see what I'm saying? We double talking. And then what they say about them double tongues, it's in your book, not mine. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at the book you read. You see what I'm saying? So here we go again. This is why I get kicked out of churches. See what I'm saying? But I'm not mad. I'm the preacher's son. I'm the preacher's daughter. See, because you get mad at the righteous
Shots
one, and I'm
fired.
not righteous.
Everybody duck. Shots fired.
I'm not righteous. I'm just trying to get right. And it's us that's kicking me out. See what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get right. And it's us. Because ain't that at the end of right us? It's righteous. And it's us that's kicking me
Oh.
out. I'm just trying to get right. Y'all don't want me.
Mm.
See, that's what's wrong with righteous. It'll be us kicking me out. Don't
So,
put
is
me.
anybody coming up? Because if they're not, then it is late, dear. It's 11:51.
Oh,
We probably
Queen
pop up.
Paula, please come up.
We probably gonna go and pop up over on RTG. What is he talking about tonight?
Oh, please, Queen Paul, please come up. She said she tried to come in the panel, but the link took the copyright disclaimer. What?
Oh yeah, you have to hit agree. It's at the top.
Oh
Tell her
yeah, just hit agree. Just hit agree, Nepal.
it's at the top. Yeah.
Just hit agree. Please come up.
uh,
Right.
Oh man.
Yes, I
The
hope he
first
hit
time I
it.
saw that too, I was like, where's the button? Like, I don't see the button. And then I looked, I said, it's way at the tip top. Oh my gosh. Who's supposed to see that? That is so ridiculous where they put that agree button. Ah, a whole mess. Did she see it,
Uh,
Sakina?
yeah, I'm trying to see if she coming in. I might have to. Oh, she said maybe on the next one. I think she's saying on the
Okay.
solar body, on the solar, on the other, on the
The celestial bodies.
solar celestial body. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we for sure going back
She
to that
said the link.
Earth's.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to your email. Give me a minute. I'm gonna send it to your email. Hold on 1 minute.
And I'm gonna for sure sit here. We're gonna for sure get back to that Earth's axis. Yeah. Talk
Okay.
about our rotating Earth. Because, like,
Okay, hold
if it
on.
was a flat Earth, would that be a merry-go-round? If the Earth, I'm just saying, like, how would it? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Okay, I'm finna send it to her. Oh, who was that?
Like, oh my gosh, like, what would that be?
That's her. Yay! Peace, our beautiful sister.
Hey, Nepal. Oh, she's back on mute. Unmute her, Sakina.
Did I get her?
Nope.
Yeah, I did ask her to unmute.
Did.
Okay, yeah,
Hey,
we can hear you.
beautiful sister. Yay!
Beautiful queen.
How are you?
I love
Hey,
this book.
Nepal.
I'm good, guys. I was like, I can't get in. I was trying to
I
get
know
in.
it's so weird. It's so weird.
You like Zoom better, Sakina?
Yeah, it updated. I just told Gemini today it updated when I came in.
Oh, you
It
guys are
did
going
something
in.
different.
We
It
need
did
to
something
share
different today.
this. We need to
Huh?
share the builds.
Right. We're on Zoom. I mean Zoom. We're on YouTube. So it's sharing right now, and then we're gonna I'm gonna upload the videos probably tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, how was I not subscribed? What is wrong with me? I just subscribed today. So
Oh,
how
Did
long?
you?
Yes. What is the problem?
I know. What took you? Look,
We
what took you so
appreciate you.
long,
Thank
sis?
you.
I
What
know, I'm
took you
tripping.
so long? I don't
Oh,
even understand. I don't understand that.
But we can't wait for you to come over here and teach.
I
Remember?
love what you guys were just teaching, though. I would, you know, what I was listening, and I talked about the seasons. I don't know if you were. It was a while ago. I stopped talking about it, but you know how our bodies, how we change. The seasons work that way, and it all works on the axis. I mean, you know, when you're saying the tilt, the axis of the Earth. So this is a great topic. You guys are going. You're good. I like that, but I missed part of it. I came in earlier, and then I when Sonetta was in here, but I want to join next time. You know, I don't want to come in all late trying to pull out the slides and stuff. Be ready. Gemini says she's ready to go to bed, but you know,
I was like, listen, if nobody else like is coming, I was like, I'm out of here. Cause yeah, I'll be up all day and night. But these classes, and I keep calling them classes for a
they are
reason.
classes, yeah.
Yes. And I keep telling her that these are adult classes. It's like going back to school, learning it in depth. These
Yes.
are, almost, like equivalent to a college course without the papers, right? And the professor.
Yeah, it is like
So
a lot of this is. You're right.
Appreciate
It
you.
really is. We enjoy, all of this right here because it really works well. And again, it's not that we don't enjoy, space, but when we go so far from where people live, where we live, we don't know enough about where we live at to go further.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know everything, all that we could possibly know living right here. So, why not start here and then work our way out?
Yeah, I like that idea. That's great. That's wonderful. I mean, the thing about the HOK when we're all over there is you could talk about anything, but we tend to, like you said, we talk about things far away or in the past. But I like talking about, I mean, I like listening to what you're talking about, the earth and, the ozone layer. And you know what, Sakina? I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the first time I actually tuned in and listened. And that's not a slight on you. It's just like I am always either just listening to Sonnetter or if I'm going to do an interview with somebody. The reason I'm saying this the first time is because I really like the way you guys did this panel. It was good. It was very engaging.
Yeah,
Well,
you
that's
were. Did you
we
catch the
all on the
Mars
same
one?
level, though, right? Because it's still as above, so below. It's the connection. We're connected to this earth as a people, right?
As a
Not
Yeah.
just because we're in it living, but because we are connected universally, right?
Yeah, we are. We are.
Okay, so if we take our spiritual, religional, and connected universal, we could probably see a more like me, you, Gemini, and the people in the chat see it and take that
Mhm.
feeling part out, right? Then we could really get into it and stop saying this man's this and this man's this and this man's this, and we could really look into the beauty of things, right?
Right.
Here we
Let,
are.
let me ask you something. Because I don't know if you touched on this, but I heard you talking about the flat Earth, right? Because we were talking. Somebody brought that up today, and I like how you fan out from what we did today on the HOK with Sonnetter. So you guys touched on the flat Earth, correct or no?
No, we just kind of poke fun at it from time to time. You know.
Okay.
Right.
Let me ask you to this because I know you can get it, and I mean that, like, because you're what I call the darkest minds of the light, right? You could be beneath the surface. So you see, I changed my channel name to Reality is Simulated Existence. So
Yeah.
what if this Earth? I talked about this before, but what if the because we talk about the universal mind and consciousness and we create thought creates your existence. So what if the earth is what your concept of it is? And I know I say that with God, but think about it, like, what if the vibration of sound, because the earth is water, right? It's mostly water. If I'm wrong, jump in and say, well, I don't think that, Nepal.
No,
I
it's
love
right.
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, it's
so
true.
have you seen the studies? Oh gosh, I'm on my phone with the Zoom, but there is there's some research where they're doing sound studies, and the scientists, they put a sound wave and then they put a droplet of water in it, and it shapes into a perfect sphere. I'm going somewhere with this, okay? So we know that our thoughts are actual vibrating so-called sound. They're on a frequency, even though we can't hear it, it's still a vibration. So what if we, when we think in a whole way or even a holistic way, or when we know earth is balanced and we're in our ma'at, or we're in our balance, right? What if the earth is round, but when we're not in our balance, what if it's all out of whack? Like, have you seen that study, the Japanese guy, where he would say mean things into the water and it'd be all deformed, and then he'd say good things into the water and it would be symmetrical and beautifully shaped? So, what if our thoughts actually affect the shape of the Earth? What do y'all think about that? Am I jumping out the pseudo window too much for
Yeah.
you?
Well, a little bit, a little bit, and I'll tell you why. Because with or without people here, the Earth is still going to be here, right? With or without people, it's a planet. Whether we inhabit this planet or another planet, right? We're not on all the other planets; they're still there. So, what is the frequency that's holding it together? It's not people, that's for sure. You know what I mean?
But
So,
what if it is being? What if there are beings there, sister? What if there are beings or entities, not beings like our flesh, because we have a certain carbon composition, right? But what if
yes.
they are on a frequency in the universe or in the multiverse?
Well, again, for me, that's a little far out there because the only thing I can think of that would be on these inhabitable planets are, something microcosmic, little
Mhm.
bitty, natural, I don't want to call them, I
Microorganisms
don't
or
want to
something.
say bugs or insects, but little microcosmic, things that could
Right,
survive naturally there. So, if they, if it's alive and it's emitting a frequency, then that means all spheric planets, have this have are the same in that in retrospective. It,
right.
you see what I'm saying? But if it comes to the planet, though, with or without people here, you're still going to have these little organisms, microcosmic organisms around. They will still exist with or without people. The planet will still exist with or without people.
Mm-hmm.
Period. If there was never
Mm-hmm.
a soul on Earth, we would still be. This planet would still be rotating. Volcanoes would still be erupting, and all the other natural things that happen would still be happening. So I think
Right.
people I think people um matter, but just not on that level.
Oh, that was a pun. You didn't even catch it.
I
It is.
Let
I
didn't.
me
think people matter. It is
Oh,
matter.
exactly.
Material. That's good. That was great. I think
so
people matter.
my
But
perspective is that
mhm.
that from I think that the thing is that it's being and existence, and then the sphere, right? Because we all know that just being in existence is the totality of all of it, right? And then the circus, the sphere, right? Because all formation is the spear, right? And some people took that spear and thought it was the tip of something that they used to fight with. And we all know that that was that circulation or circumference or the circle, right?
Okay.
Because the spear holds all of it. And even though we call it, you can call it a ring of fire, you can call it a wedding ring, you can call it a ring. It's still a circulation. It comes
Mm,
back together as the O. It's a circle of life. You can call it what you want, but it's still a spear. And so being in existence is being in sphere. And so this is what it is. And this is the ultra being, the quantum. And so just being in the existence of. So when you talk about frequency and water, Nepal, we had this conversation one time a while back
I
on
think
your
so.
channel. I think I was so high, I didn't get to finish out. But the
Mhm.
thing was, when they talk about frequency and water, animals. See, submarines do this too, but animals, particularly whales, can
And
the
dolphins.
communication exactly
And
communicate
dolphins.
through water, and they have a frequency that can travel miles,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
And just like we did a presentation about the wow signal,
Oh
right?
yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, okay. And so also we know that they use in meditation, correct?
The
So much
yeah.
so, so
Yeah,
much so that
yeah.
they had uh musicians and Mozart and whatnot to say that this would knock out headaches, music, certain pianos, certain harps, certain harmonicas and whatnot. So it's the frequency of a tone, right?
Oh
Because that
yes.
tone travels. You see what I'm saying? Even when we use these, right? Let me put it this way, right?
Yeah,
So it's
bowls,
just the
Tibetan bowls.
frequency.
Yeah.
So it's just the frequency of it traveling. That's why we get caught up on people that can hit those notes and carry it.
Yeah,
That
it hit us.
frequency. So outside in the universe, it's about him, and him means for us to come together, right? In the universe. But we're not, right? And so I understand where you're going, because in water, it can travel.
Right. Right.
In air, it travels the very same way. As above, so below.
Awesome.
Right. And
Go ahead, Gemini.
go ahead. Yeah. And so then, you had mentioned the multiverse, and for me, they may exist. I don't know. They may just exist, right? But we only know of this one verse. This is the only verse that we can be for sure of, that you live once, you die once. That's it. So the multiverses could exist, but we don't know that. There's not been enough, information, or we haven't seen it in real time in order to include it in our everyday. So, me, I'm practical. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there could be, because I'm also broad. So I understand that if we need to scaffold or add more things as we come into the, more into the information age, we'll get some answers to a few things, but maybe not all of it at this moment. So the only thing that I know I can be for sure of is this one verse, even though I still believe there could be multiverses. However, I can't prove that.
Well, you and I need to have more of these conversations. I don't know how frequently you're tuning into Pseudo Killigan's Island, because you sound. I need to get. I need to send a raft quickly
Yeah, well,
over
because
to Gemini.
don't confuse it though. But see, don't confuse it though with spirituality. So we're taking it to
I don't know.
spirituality. Yeah, those are things that are intrinsic. And me and Sakina was talking about this, where you know these things, whether it's an unspoken word. A lot of people don't want to sit here and have conversations about things that they may see in another dimension.
Yeah.
That does not mean that is a human dimension. That means that's just a dimension where spirits roam, and some people are aware that they exist there. Everybody else is going to sit and be like, no, that doesn't, I don't believe that, even
Yeah,
though they
exactly.
do, but it's just not a
Okay. Yeah.
conversation that people are ready to have.
Right, and I'm
Everybody
ready to have a scientific conversation about it, be it philosophical or theoretical. I still, and shout out to Pseudo Killigan's Island. They stepped their game up and started talking philosophically and theoretically. They tried to sneak it in on us, right, y'all? They're like, I think we need to start having some philosophical, theoretical conversation, because this ain't doing it no more. How many times did we talk about the scientific method, y'all? So shout out to my family on Pseudo Killigan's Island. And I like calling. Don't you like Pseudo Killigans better than just Pseudo Killers? It's cuter. Because I see Juju as Marianne, and then Miss Tiffany is Ginger.
Ginger.
Of course, Ankh is the skipper.
Oh.
And of course, Cedric, my friend, he is the professor. And then I don't really see a Gilligan over there, but it's all a term of endearment. But back to what you were what we're talking about. What about gravity? Like, you're absolutely right, and I respect the fact where you're like, I only go with one thing until I can see proof of the other stuff. So I get that, and I appreciate that. However, what if we just started to discuss gravity and really look deeply into gravity? And really, it's very phenomenal. And at its core, it's theoretical. And I don't mean like a proven, well, we can't say it's the scientific theory, but you know what I mean? Like what is a gravitron? Is it graviton? I'm sleepy, y'all. Is it gravitron? Neuron.
Yeah,
got me, 'cause
Graviton.
Yeah, graviton.
Yeah, what is a graviton? And is it really existent? Right?
Wow.
Because I'm going by what you say, Gemini. I'm following.
Yeah,
I'm following.
I'm gonna give that some weight. There's a lot of weight in that because we're not floating around, so
Right.
it's definitely in existence. We cannot see it, but it is there. Absolutely.
Right. Can we prove it?
We can prove it because we are not floating around, right? In cars, we have things that that are lighter and heavier. If you drop them both on the ground, they're going to the ground. So you cannot deny that. You cannot deny that gravitational pull. Even a feather is going to stay in the air and then eventually fall to the ground. You'll see the feathers on the ground, no matter how light or no matter if it's an 18-ton truck.
Okay,
It
guys,
is staying.
right. We know there's a force.
Oh, wait a minute.
What happened?
I'm almost confused now because in one of the shows we I think this was last week. They said that the lower the gravity, the bigger the plane, right? And so the bigger the rocket, right? So we knew that the gravity down here was low, right? Is that what they meant? That the gravity down here was low, so they had to make bigger rockets.
Right. It's different in what your elevation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means that because when I was thinking about that, I knew that we were light as all get out when we got in water, right? Until we fill up with water, then we float. I mean, because we float on water, right? Even if we sunk, we would have to fill up with water and then we would come and rise back up because otherwise we float on water, right? That's why they have to hold us down with bricks and all kind of stuff for us to sink because we float on water, meaning we light. So for rockets, in order to go up,
Break those barriers.
they have to make it heavy. That's why they building spaceships, space landings up in the on the moon and Mars so that they can have smaller rockets. Right? Okay. So that means that the gravity down here is lighter so that they can build smaller rockets up there, or does that mean that the gravity
did say that? Yeah, I remember reading that. I remember that now.
They can make bigger rockets. Now, which one is it? Because now y'all making me confused.
Which one is it with gravity?
Yeah, because remember they said they had to build. The reason why they build big rockets down here was because of low gravity, right? Mm-hmm. But when they go to this they build spaceships, space stations on the moon so that they could make smaller rockets. And with smaller rockets, then they probably could make them go faster because they build the smaller rockets. And so that was because of the low gravity here. So low gravity.
Well, it's low gravity up.
No, right? I mean, said down.
Because I thought, now I'm confused because it's late. And I also said gravitron and I meant graviton. Graviton is a ride.
Maybe you should put
right. And then too, she was and we were talking about initially things seen and unseen. When we talking about, we were talking about, things seen and unseen.
Right.
And what if we can prove
things proven but just to answer what we could double check it. I'm on my phone, but I thought the higher we go up, the lower the gravity, because I know about the time. I've been studying time, and the way obviously gravity is relative. It's related to time. So I'm y'all. Somebody look it up for me. I think it's when you're higher, it's less gravity, and when you're closer to the ground, it's more gravity.
Higher, when you're higher is. So, what is the question exactly, though?
I don't. The sister was.
What are you saying? What's the question exactly? Sakina, what were you saying? You were saying that
is it higher gravity as we rise, or is it lower gravity as we rise?
Lower gravity as we rise.
Okay. That's good.
More gravity as we we're closer to the ground. So think about it like when you are on the top of a mountain, I this might not even be right, so nobody come for me.
Right.
But you know how when you're in
That's
Colorado,
oxygen.
the oxygen, I
Yeah,
was just
that's
going to say that. Yes. So it's, I think because it's less gravity when you're elevated. I might be wrong. I'm sleepy.
Yeah,
But no,
I think
no.
so too. Yeah, because when you start to pass the because we're here on the troposphere, so when you
Yes.
start to go upwards, yeah, they have in those rockets, right?
Mhm.
Gravity, because you start to get lighter, you will be floating if we went up.
Okay.
So the higher, yeah, I think it is the higher, the less density of the gravity, right? So is that
Mm.
what we're saying?
You know what you made me think of? When they're coming back from outer space and the rocket starts to break off. Remember,
Yep.
I know that they're saying people are probably laughing at me. I think it might be because they need to be less weight as they get closer for a safer
Yes.
landing. I'm just
Yes,
throwing that out there.
absolutely. Yeah, no, no,
Wow.
absolutely, absolutely, yeah, because you
That's
don't
why
want
they
all
use the
that weight
parachute.
because you're entering into a new atmosphere. So
And you
all
would
of that
come,
weight,
yeah. Go
yeah,
ahead.
where gravity exists, yeah, it would make it a rough landing.
Yeah, it'd be harder and more dangerous because they're coming down all the weight. So when they start losing those, it's when they're going in, or is it when they're entering back? It's when they're entering back when they were losing all the like the rock. I don't think they do that anymore.
Well, when
I
they're
haven't.
going up too, when they're going up, they get rid of that load as well.
Y'all make
Yeah.
me
So
want to
yeah,
get
it
up, and
does.
I'm gonna get up and turn on the light and get on the computer and look it up now.
Right. They drop
Okay,
their
so this
loads
one
when they
says
go
here
up.
the lower your center of gravity, the easier it is to keep your balance.
Hmm.
Um, with the center of gravity low, you can lean further to one side or another without creating enough force to tip over. So they're saying gravity decreases with altitudes as one rises above the Earth's surface. Become greater altitude
Okay, stop right
means
there.
greater distance
You got to
from the
walk
Earth's.
me down slowly. Say that again.
Mhm.
Gravity
So gravity decreases,
as you go up.
decrease with altitude. Yes.
So that's what we
Mm-hmm.
say. So it's lower gravity up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Okay, go on. You got that, Sakina?
Um,
I got it. I got it.
because greater altitude means a greater distance from the Earth's center, which is the
Right.
gravity.
Right. Right. That makes
So it
sense because
decreases.
you're further away from the center of the earth.
Yeah, so it says right here, if you're higher up, gravity is slightly lower.
Yes. Yes. I
Okay.
think, and that
So
affects
yeah,
time as well. You know that, like it's time is relative to your altitude.
mm-hmm.
I always
Mm-hmm.
mix up if it's time moves slower when you're higher.
Right.
So
Yes,
when it's
because I'm
because
sorry, go
gravity.
ahead. Go ahead.
No,
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 go ahead. Go ahead.
I want you to tell me because I'm kind of rusty. I have
No,
to.
No,
no, it
when
was
you're moving.
because you're saying that reminded me of something else we were reading, right? It
Mhm.
was saying something about when we were doing the solar eclipse. It was saying something about time. So they had to adjust time as they got into space. They had
Mm,
to
mm,
adjust time. Yeah, because they said that it affects time up there by I don't know several minutes.
mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Not just minutes. Well, minutes and beyond minutes. It depends on. I gotta again. I don't want to
It's when
just.
they move.
We're just having a we can do this again and get like a bunch of information and really. But I think this is a great conversation, isn't it? Think about it. I'm getting excited. You know, I'm a Gemini. I'm
I
all
know.
think
I
about it.
know.
Listen, think about it. Okay. We have control over time.
Facts.
Yeah. Is that not awesome?
It is. No,
No,
it
no.
really is.
Go ahead and just both. I want each of you to just elaborate. We control time. We've been taught, oh, time wait for no one. They lied to us.
Come on.
Right?
Come
Talk on
on.
it, y'all. Come on.
Yeah.
Listen, Gemini.
Listen.
Gemini.
Okay.
Come on
Time,
out. I want you to
when they
swim
say
on
time waits on
Gemini.
no
I
one,
want you to swim out to the center of the lagoon and wade with us off of Pseudo Killigan's Island. You're
That's
gonna be a pseudo for a minute, and let's talk about.
get on in that essence. Come on in
Go
that
ahead.
essence.
okay, so okay, when I hear though time waits for no one, right? I'm not assuming real time.
Right. Okay.
I'm assuming life year time. So time as in our human clock, not our earth or our, our atmospheric clock, because that is different. And
Okay.
because we can control, time, time in a certain, in a certain, condition, right? That is phenomenal. No, to isolate time into areas where you can control it is the bomb. That's phenomenal. But then as for ourselves, as it pertains to time, no matter how you slice that biological time clock is always ticking. So while we're still going to be sitting here trying to, get all the correct information about time, people will come. There's people before us with that conversation. There'll be people after us, because our biological time is very different from the time that we know it. Right? This is where you get all the stories about, hey, uh, um, they don't really know what time it is. They don't really know what season it is. They don't really know because, our clock is off by this many. They don't know how old the earth is. Stuff like that. You hear people say that all the time. It's all the time. You hear people say that all the time. However, that's
Right.
two different times. Though that's two different times. Completely.
You know, when you say things like what you did, that's awesome. What you did. And Sakina, definitely, I want to hear from you. I just want to say this. You know how you're speaking and you said the thing about people matter. And then you say people do that all the time. That's like, now you don't have to, I know you're very, very cut and dry logical, but I'm going to tell you that that's spiritual. That's a divine thing. We call it, a double entendre or a pun, but it is something that happens in actual ancient spiritual writing. I've talked about this before. There's an astrotheologist who really goes in depth about it, how in their dual meanings are very, 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 very how do you say, they're very valued and sacred in ancient writing. So how you just did that, and you know how rappers do it too, and poets, that was looked upon like, ooh, like in ancient times, somebody listening to you and me, of course, me and Sakina, like deeper, darker minds, but they're like, oh, she knows what she's talking about because I heard her do a double entendre. They would mark that person as a philosopher or a wise person. So I just wanted to mention that I did, because when you did those couple times effortlessly, and Sakina does that too. I told Sakina, I'm a Gemini, I can go. So I never be like, no, Paul, you're long-winded. I'm going to land my plane thing. But when I first
You don't
was
have
on the
to, man.
panel,
You don't have to worry about those time constrictions over here.
I know, right?
Not at all.
Dang.
Not at all. You can go
Right?
right on
He
in
has me
and
by
get
my
your,
throat. Does he have me
your
by my
full
throat?
point out. Yeah, your full thought process out over
Lord,
here.
shout
That's
out
what
to
we like.
Sonetta.
Yeah, get it all out. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Bless you. Shout out to Sonetta, though. Okay, Sakina, remember I was just talking to Sonetta about you today. When we interviewed you, I'd like to be straight. I feel good. It feels good to just be straightforward with her. And she, I don't want to mince words. When I first talked to Sakina and Gemini, you're going to say, yep, you're right. I was like, I don't know what the hell she's
What is
talking
she
about.
talking about? Everybody says that, right?
Later, but later on, now when I start, I see, oh, wow. Okay,
She
Sakina
deep.
goes
Yeah.
deep, 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 deep,
Yes,
deep.
she does.
And even saw Netter, I remember when he was on the panel with you, when you first were on the panel with him, he's like, y'all, we have to let our sister talk. Bless her heart. You said, excuse me? I have all my sense. And now we're like, oh, Sakina about to come in and she's going to go in because you talk so deeply.
That's right.
That's so those are gifts. I just want to say both of you, shout out to you. But you know what I'm talking about, right? Like,
We do, but you know what? And so yeah,
Appreciation.
and so where you're online all the time, you're okay, talking about certain things. Sakina, no, one of the and I'm gonna let me get into all that conversation you just said. One
go
of the
ahead.
things me and Sakina have in common is that I understand Sakina right off the bat because me and her together are deep like that. Sakina will call me deep because outside of YouTube and we get together and we talk, there is a lot going on. And so when I for me, I'm just not comfortable, on being on camera on a platform, right? I'm just so not. That's just really not my thing. It's more her thing than it is mine. And so
Mhm.
there are certain things that you mentioned that when we get off this platform and we get together and talk, you will be some of that stuff that you're saying is, yeah, it's hitting, it's right on time. It's more than and it's deeper than what I'm just more reserved, and I will save a lot of stuff for proper times or other times. That's just me. So I don't say every single thing because when you are intuitive and you're around another intuitive person, it goes into conversations that I may not want to have it. I will shut it down.
Mm.
I'm like, I'm not gonna, I'm like, I'm not saying that and letting
Mhm.
everybody know my business or know what it is that way
Right.
because I'm not comfortable in those spaces like that. But I will get down with the get down. And this is why we started, doing a lot of this breakdown, like
Mm.
this, just to really, give another perspective, and really spend some time learning some of the things that we like to learn about her and I.
Yeah, I was listening to both of you. I was in and out. I came in, listened, and that was a couple of hours ago. And when I came back, you guys have a great energy. And for two people for it to be two people, it's hard to keep it, especially when it's a deep conversation like what you're talking about. And I mean scientifically deep, and then you go into philosophy. So I hear you guys have a great rapport, a great energy. And you know what, you know me long enough, Sakina and Gemini. I don't just say stuff to say it. I genuinely was looking in and I said, let me jump in. I want to be a part of this because I always got to put my 2 cents in when I think it's really good. So I was like, let me come in here and talk to these two ladies, these two
See,
queens.
that's that
So,
intuitiveness. No, you're very intuitive, right? So
yeah.
we're not going to sit here and act like you don't teach. Now everybody has a lane that they can teach, and then too, just a lot of people may not know my background too, right? But I also have a bachelor's degree in
I
teaching,
want
right?
to know your background. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you're,
K
I
through
didn't
K
know
through
that you
5.
were that scientific. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah, I'm a whole lot more. It's just that I give what I give at the time that I give it.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, I know I see you over on Pseudo Killigan's Island
Yeah.
and Pseudo Killigan's Island. I wouldn't keep on saying it if I didn't see that they liked it, by the way.
No, they didn't like that. They don't like that. Don't
They
call
do
them
like it. Oh, they don't?
lost on
They
no
don't like it?
island.
What? Wait. Cedric was tickled pink. They don't like Pseudo Killigan's Island?
They don't.
The
You're not
girl.
gonna make them lost on no island, and they don't have got all them professional people with no way to get off the damn island. Oh hell no.
Oh,
So
well,
they
let me
got
tell you
help.
something, baby girl. Pseudo Killigan's Island has a billionaire, or is he a
Mm,
millionaire? Today he would be a
there you
billionaire.
go.
They have
Mhm.
glamorous Lovey. They got the professor of all professors, the skipper with all his honor and his nautical skills. They got the most beautiful movie star on there, okay? And then they also got Mary. No, it used to be, remember, Professor and Mary. Remember they used to say, and all the rest. So you're telling me they don't like Pseudo Killigan's Island? If I was a girl, if I was a pseudo killer, if I was a pseudo killer always coming at everybody, and somebody just called me Pseudo Killigan's Island, I thought Cedric liked it. I really did.
Hilarious.
Cedric has never said he hates it.
Island.
They are on an island because they think that, you know why they're on an island? You know, it's because they feel like, oh, we're all alone in this. It's just us. We're so exclusive. Everybody's pseudo out here. So that's why I'm calling them Pseudo Killigan's Island.
Yeah. You know what? That's a
speak
phenomenon.
To them directly, ma'am?
We're gonna put that in the phenomenon pile because there are loads of people, you know, who are out of the learning environment. Like, no, I don't need to be taught. I teach. It's like, are you serious right now? The teacher always has a teacher. Let's be clear.
Oh, so you're saying that about them? Wait a minute. Let me ask you: Are you an undercover pseudo killer?
No, what I'm saying,
I think I'm starting to feel like you on Pseudo Killigan's Island too, right? No, I'm just kidding. Nothing. No, Pseudo Killigan's Island is a joke.
I'm just saying, it speaks to, you know, how they are. They are that, right? Like, we're the teachers. We don't get taught. We teach, and it's like,
oh,
no,
that's how they say. You mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, and
okay.
it's like, no. The teacher always has a teacher.
That's right. A teacher has a teacher. You know, they did the pseudo awards and I was a nominee. So I have a right to say Pseudo Killigan's Island. I don't even always say it because
you wasn't number one though. Girl, I could think a whole lot of more people who beat you out on that.
It was funny to me. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It was funny to me. It was hilarious when they tried to say that.
You know who we talking about. Nepal, you are far from pseudo, girl. You are far from pseudo. I can think of 50 more people that beat you out on that award right there, baby.
Name 3. I want to start some shit right now. I'm just
Sanchez needs to be. He should have won.
Sanchez is a pseudo of all pseudos. Bless his heart.
He was in the Air Force and believe in flat Earth. Now listen here. If you didn't win, you oughta.
Dude, well, let me tell you about. Look at Sakina. You know, Sanchez. I like Brother Sanchez as a person when I interacted with him the few times, but his information, girl, oh God, it's like a bunch of stuff. Like, oh my God,
it's charisma.
8 hours, 8-hour videos, and I'm not dissing you, Brother Sanchez. You do you, and it's working. But oh God, he's like what? It's like a you know that drawer that you have with everything in it, and you just gonna get to it later. And it's important stuff that you don't want to throw away. And I know you have one, Gemini, because you're a Gemini. So, what's your sign, Sakina? Wait, don't tell me you told me. Damn, you're a Taurus. Yeah,
I'm Taurus.
You must be a Taurus.
You know what? I have one. I only have one junk drawer. But actually, I'm a whole different type of Gemini. Girl, I get all my work done. Everything's always nice and neat, 24/7. Because when it's time for Gemini to get up and go, guess who out the door? And I ain't got to worry about cleaning up, laundry, this, that, or the third. It's all done. I don't have time for that. I be having people, places, things to see and go and be and do.
Oh my gosh, you named it all. I can't. Okay, this is me. I'm the Gemini that, like you, I need clean dishes, clean laundry, clean bathroom, clean floors. I don't know if I'm the only crazy one like that. I will be sitting somewhere and staring at a little tiny piece of like a speck of paper, and I'll be like, I can't take it. I can't.
Obsessing over it. I know.
While you're on the phone, right? Like talking to somebody, like, I gotta go get that. I gotta get the broom. I gotta get the Fabuloso. I gotta get the Swiffer. And my kids are like, Mommy, am I the only one who might? Do you have the people in your family not like for you to use cleaning products?
No, my mama just don't like me to squeeze it all out, but I got a trigger finger, so she can forget anything in the bottle. I'm gonna squeeze it all out.
I know that's right. What do you use? Tell the
It's a
truth. Mama.
make waste.
What do you use to clean your floor, Sakina?
Listen, it depends. I do use Fabuloso, right? But
And you mix it with some bleach.
I use bleach, but I also use ammonia. I use lemon ammonia.
Oh, God damn. You
Oh,
taking it
that's
all the way
old
back.
school. I can't
Yeah,
stand. I have
because I have a
nightmares. I
cat.
had a friend's
No.
mother who cleaned with ammonia. I'm just traumatized.
I can't do it either. You have a lot in common with me when it comes to stuff like I can't do ammonia, and my mom, I don't care. She will still use Lysol. I can't stand the smell of
I
Lysol.
love Lysol. Yes, I love Lysol. I love Lysol.
It just
I'm
reminds me of
eco.
something.
I'm conscious. I'm conscious, and I
about
always listen. I'm about 90% walk it like I talk it. 90. I'm up there in the 90s with that. So I have a eco-friendly steam mop cleaner.
Oh, I used to have one, and somebody took it.
And put it in the washing machine so that I don't have to keep buying Swifters and things like that to clean the floor with.
I gotta go get another. You just made me think I'm getting another one. I had one of my, I don't know if it was my cousin or my sister borrowed it, never got it back.
Of course.
Never got it back. I love steaming the floor. You're right. That's better than using bleach, and bleach is so bad. My children are like, Mommy, bleach causes cancer. Bleach ruins everything. It does. It really is bad, but it is
We're
good.
causing,
Don't.
we're causing ozone layers in our house.
okay, well,
I know, but I pour it down the. I pour it down the toilet and the drain. So I'll pour a whole gallon of bleach down the drain.
And I know when everybody had COVID and had to wash their hands and carrying on, I was pissed. Why? Because one reason was because we had COVID, or people was having COVID, and all this germicidal, festicidal nastiness was because what? You didn't put your hand on your mouth when you cough. That's the kind of that, and because you wasn't washing your hands and all this kind of stuff. And guess what? I was good. Why? Because of Clorox, right? Because of pneumonia, right? And because I could take my mop and put it in the bucket and do like this, and then just throw it on the floor and push.
Didn't
and I
y'all
could take
just learn nothing? We just did a whole video, Sakina.
Old school, good food. Because I'm not going to be steam cleaning a damn thing. I'm finna put it in some hot water, step on my bucket.
It is hot. What you think steam is hotter than your hot water, boo? And it's temperature control. You can't get water hotter than the steamer can get it. I'm so sorry. Your seat ain't gonna cut it.
I don't know. I'm just gonna make sure.
I'm gonna need you to know. I'm gonna need you to know.
Listen, because I have EpiPens, and because I gotta make sure. Plus, I got a cat.
Cleaner and safer.
So I gotta make sure. I don't know, because when you say hat you, I'm gonna say deuces to you. You gotta go. See what I'm saying? Because I can't trust. I gotta make sure. So I'm just saying. I can't be playing with you.
I heard exactly all that you said. So let me drop something else on you. Did you just hear this? So we just did a whole video on chlorofluorocarbons.
Yes,
right.
And you just saying Clorox. That is contributing to. Don't not make your etymology fit when you don't want it to fit.
They said pools, chloroform. That's that stuff you put in pools. Let's go deep. That's also that stuff that they put in those swamps to purify water purification. It's also because haste make waste. So we got another video coming up about Garbage Island, which is real. Garbage Island is real. right? And then we're going to talk about all the mountains, these beautiful green mountains behind waste management. That's almost tall as K2, but they're not mountains. They're mounds of garbage. So if anybody hit America with a bomb, we're going to be sick. Why? Because those big, beautiful mountains behind waste management in everybody's city is garbage. Beautiful green mountains is garbage. So, right, we're going to talk about the pollution in the institution we call Earth, right? And then we can go to Garbage Island, right? And then we can talk about it. So these are the solutions to pollutions and tolerances in the world, right? Because the eco-friendly solubles that we use have a little bit of the chlorine products that we need to clean, but we don't need all of it. We just need a little bit to clean the germicides that's going to keep you alive. So if you don't use none, you'll be the some that end up under somebody's dirt. And see, I told my kids I don't want to go to dirt. I want to go back to water. So bury me, burn me up to ashes, and send me back to the water. Right? Because I don't want to be next to somebody I don't know, be having me up for the rest of my eternity, screaming and hollering because I don't know what the hell they did on this
what
earth.
I deal with, Nepal? Did you see what I deal with?
Man. Well, let me jump in here and say this about bleach, though. I mean, I get it. My kids, we've had these conversations, Jim and I, so I'm a bit prepared. I mean, if you really look at bleach, it's a salt. You know, it's a type of salt. And there are definite different risks, but there are government agencies that assess the risks that bleach and other cleaning products have on our environment. I think that it's awesome that you say, you know, I have a lot of people in my life, and I used to be one of those people like you. You know, really trying my hardest to do everything to, you know, environmentally optimal.
Breaking up. Okay.
Really optimal and the best for the environment. However, you know, like Sakina said, I mean, I'm gonna be real. Some bleach, you can't pour steam down the drain. You gotta get that drain, you know, you gotta hit certain spots that you know what I always thought too? Oh, you know what I have done, and I don't know if it's bad, but I've boiled the water, and I didn't want to break my toilet bowl, but I've poured hot boiling water down the toilet.
Okay, so all I hear y'all saying is if you got that much dust and dirt in y'all corners, y'all ain't cleaning enough. But I ain't say that though.
I said the toilet. I said the toilet and the drains.
The toilet
I'm gonna call somebody. I used to work for a place called.
Wait, because you just hit a nerve. Hold on, Sakina. I can't stand filthy. I can't stand filthy. I can't stand.
It's a lifestyle.
I cannot.
It's a lifestyle. We don't try our hardest when that's what you just do. You try
no.
your hardest.
I can't stand filthy floorboards or corners.
So,
but I bet
I use Clorox, and I do use Clorox wipes. When I'm talking about for the floor, no, that's steamed all day, all day.
Well, I can't hold her. She wants to use bleach, though.
No, and steam has been also it kills as many, especially because how hot it is, kills just as many germs as the Clorox. So no, you know, it's one of those things where it is, you know, it's the same thing. It's just a different method, you know, and that steam does, you know, by the way, you know, it creates.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you go to a restaurant, and, you know, or even in the deli, when you see them using those slicers, would you prefer to know that they're using a solution that includes a cleaning solution that has a percentage of bleach, or would you rather them steam that slicer?
No, they're they're not going to steam it, because then they would be cooking it, right? But if they were slicing it and then putting in a solution of bleach, or a solution like that, to give it a longer shelf life, that's different, right? So
No, I'm talking
I
about just
actually
the
have a
machine, not
stepfather
the
who.
food, not the food, the machine.
No, the food too, because they do dip it in a solution. I have a stepfather who is a meat cutter,
And he
was a
uses a
professional
bleach
meat cutter.
solution, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, and they use a solution. But if it came just to the machine, no, I would prefer them to run it through a steamer than to put it into the solution. The steamer is going to kill more germs. It's going to heat it up way hotter than the bleach will. A solution of bleach, the bottle of bleach, absolutely run it through the steamer. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
not
this is with your
comparing the
carpets
two.
too. This is why they went from solution based to steam, the steam cleaner.
To what?
There's
From
a
where?
commercial, yeah, where the steam cleaner, um, is a lot better. It pulls up that dirt. And
Right.
sometimes the solution too will hold it, make a spot where there is none. To be quite honest, sometimes every now and then it does do that. You're like, I'm trying to get this out, and the solution
No,
is
no,
not
no,
really
because you
working.
know what? You don't have to choose. You could do both. That's what I've
You can
done.
do both.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can do
I'm
both.
not saying
Absolutely.
that steaming is not a great way to just sanitize and disinfect. But if we're talking about the environment, some people,
Right.
not you, and some people are like, oh, it's so wrong. My children hate bleach. My teenagers will go crazy to the point where I feel bad when I have to sneak a little bleach in my mop water, or like my
Mhm.
little sink dish. Sometimes I like to soak, certain
Now
glasses
I'm
and
gonna
stuff.
be totally honest with you though. Now the boys' bathroom, oh, they have to use bleach. They got to use
Oh,
all of
that's
that.
right.
They got
Now
to use
we're on the
bleach,
same page.
Lysol, ammonia, and every other thing that they sell. Yeah, yeah, they got to.
Don't include,
Yeah,
don't combine ammonia and bleach. You kill somebody.
I
They
know.
set on
They better
fire.
not. But girl, when it comes to that boys' bathroom, baby,
I know
Yes,
they
that's
need
right.
all the above. Check, 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 check.
But you can
yes.
steam toilets. I agree. Now you make me want to go get one of those steamers again because I haven't had one for what? It's been over a year now.
I ain't never tried one.
Yeah, and I would share this with you. When it comes to my boys too, they don't like water. So because we used to have the Swifter for a long time, right? But then going behind the Swifter with the steamer, there's dirt still on the floor, right? And I have hardwood floors here where I am now. These
Mm.
are all hardwood floors, but they
Right.
still get really dirty. And I was telling them that they was not believing me. But lo and behold, when they used the steamer, seeing how much dirt really came from those crevices and all of that, like that, that's in
Yeah.
those hardwood floors. Yeah, it's like, oh, mom, I didn't realize the floor was dirty. But they're not going to put their hands in no. They don't like to get wet, so the steamer also that the boys will use that. They will clean the floors because they don't have to touch anything. All they have to do is pull that pad off and put it in a wash machine, grab another pad while that's washing, and continue on.
Girl, I
But
am not touching no dirty mop. I have
yep,
a mop bucket
yep.
that a Libman that wrings the mop out. But I'm not gonna
Mhm.
lie. I used
Me
to. There
too.
was years ago when I was younger. I used to twist that mop out like thinking I was
Me too,
doing
girl. I done
more.
step on it.
I
Like
know, I
one in
know.
the in a three
Seriously.
and a four and poof.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I
No, we're
step
not
God,
on
doing that
it
no
like
more.
hands
No,
on.
we work smarter, not harder. That's
Mm.
our
I know,
motto.
right?
That's our motto. We work smarter, not harder. I don't
Yeah.
believe in it. Me, I
And
don't.
this
They
is
be
a
mad
good
all the time.
conversation, right? This is a good conversation for talk about like things that matter. We need to talk
Yes.
more about cleaning products and how we clean. And you know what I didn't know, ladies? And
Mm.
now when I was in my younger days, I didn't think about my mom used to always wear gloves when she would wash dishes, when she would
Yeah.
clean bath. And I was like, I don't need gloves. Oh my God, boy, was I making a mistake. I'm looking at my hands. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, hell no. I'm going to have to preserve whatever I have left. I don't know if you wear nails. You do, Sakina. I see yours. You have nails too, Gemini?
No, not currently. I do wear them, but not currently because I've been working like two Hebrew slaves, going from country to country working.
You know that's right.
So I have not
Yes.
had no time for self care the way I would like, my that I normally would have self care. Because all that goes out of the window along with pride and everything else that's not relevant at the moment.
Right. Right, I hear you. But when you say, well, the reason I tried nails and I can't do anything I wash my hands all the time. I'm always doing like sometimes, not always, but I'll be doing like, massage on some baby or checking somebody's whatever. And it's just not practical, but they're beautiful. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie, I love
yeah.
the way they look.
Sometimes they're not practical. Yeah, depending on your job. No,
Oh
sometimes
no.
it's just a hard no. Like no, I don't.
No.
I'm not wearing acrylics. I don't have the time. It doesn't fit my job description, et cetera, et cetera.
I've
I'll just
always had
And
stop.
this
long
is why,
nails.
me and
What'd you say,
Sakina,
Sakina? Go
I've
ahead.
always had long nails. I've always had nails longer than my finger in my work field. I've always honestly, these are short. And even then, these are a fresh set because I had to cut them off. But yeah, I've always had long
Let me see,
nails.
hold them up. Oh my, they're so fancy. Oh, I love them. I
yeah,
could
My
never
Sakina
daughter,
have
always have
them though.
high nails.
yeah,
Huh.
these are a short set. I've always had long nails, like long as my fingers. Like
Who does them?
I'm
Do
not.
you have a Vietnamese lady who does them or Korean?
My daughter do these.
Oh, I know that's right, honey. Break that
You
glass.
know, because once I had my bilateral carpal tunnel surgery. First of all, when I moved here, nobody would do my nails because they were so long. This was the first time. And then after I had my surgery, I had to cut my nails off, my long nails, and so to
Wow.
get my carpal tunnel surgery. And
Mm.
so my daughter ended up doing buying everything she needed and learning herself how to do
Those
my
look
nails
good. Hold them up for
because
me. They look pretty. I like
nobody
all the jewels, right, Gemini? I like that. Just to look
Yeah.
at. I can't wear them, unfortunately.
and so
Gemini, you
she
do yours like that?
Yeah, because I'm a fly girl, and yeah, when I get
to
get
say that
together, I'm
y'all be
together.
fly though. Come on. Tell the truth. Y'all
Yeah.
be fly. You and the Paul be looking like I be needing
I'm
a
not as
camera for
fly
you
as
to be
Gemini. You and Gemini get flyer than because
fly.
I'm pretty flat. I don't be wearing a bunch of nails. I'll tell you the truth. I snap them
Y'all
all off
stop
by
it.
the end of the week.
Stop it. I believe looking like somebody grandma. Y'all come on now.
No,
I
but
am
people do that with
I
eyelashes
do.
too. Some people don't
I
like
am.
eyelashes.
I'll come up on a panel with my eyelash on the side of my face sometimes. They be like, "Ooh, her eyelash on the side of her face." I'll be like, "Shut up. I got a third eye. This is how I be looking. I like looking like that."
You always have your gold on. You look very beautiful all the time, Sakina. And
But
Gemini, you look beautiful
y'all
too.
be popping. And so,
Well, thank you, Nicole. But so do you, because it doesn't. Whether you all
Sometimes I
natural
look
or
tore up, girl.
come on,
Don't lie. Don't hold me.
come on,
no,
stop it.
seriously,
I don't even
like
care
whether
though.
you all natural or not. When beauty is an aesthetic, it's really meant to enhance natural beauty.
I
So
know
if
that's
you're
right.
replacing it with beauty, that's two different things. But to enhance a natural beauty is absolutely allowed. And
There it
some
is.
women, let's face it, are absolutely drop dead gorgeous and don't need anything. It's all good.
You're
And they
sweet. I
did it.
love y'all.
And
This is look, we just talked about 1,000 things, and now Senator's blowing me up on the phone because
Get on
he's
your mic,
like,
women. You're just in a woman conversation, and that's how we do. Talk about
he's
50
over there
million billion things.
come on,
Yes.
right
come
here.
on.
He's looking like, well, have you ever been called from inside the house?
Yeah.
You know what that mean?
You know,
Come
they
bring
just
it.
get
That mean
so
come to
mad.
bed. You know how that
You
go.
know,
When
you
he
know what is
come
funny?
to
I do that with my children. Don't y'all do that? I call people right
Yep,
now,
I
be
do.
like to my
I call
daughter.
my yep, yep,
bed, you know
yep.
what
Remember
that
the
mean.
old days though, y'all? Like Your mom would be calling you, and then you wouldn't come fast enough.
How you think black women got their first names about being loud? They so loud. Well, back in the day, that's the only way you can call your kid. What
I
the
know
heck?
that's right. Now you just pick the phone up and text them or call them on the phone. They have no excuse.
No
Right.
excuse.
I
And
didn't
if you
hear
give me
you.
an excuse, I'm mad on top of that.
I
Go
know
ahead and
that's
give me an
right.
excuse if you want to. You didn't hear the phone ring and you knew it was me. Now, Mama, how I know it's you? ESP, damn it, telepathically.
Come
Oh,
on.
we gotta have this. I want to come back. When are you gonna do it again? Well, when you do it again,
I
send me the
will. I'm
link.
gonna send it to your email. I'll send it to your
Yeah,
email.
we're trying to work our
Yeah.
way, trying to work up to 2 days. If Sakina, Sakina's trying to pull off 2 days, you know what I mean? So even if that means a second day, because I'm very open to Saturday, Sunday. It's hard to do Fridays because I just can't. But Saturday and Sundays, there are
Yeah.
times when we
I'm gonna
may do
say.
a double show.
Have you
Absolutely.
done interviews on here?
No, we have not
Only
done, and
one
we
I
have not done
interviewed was my
interviews.
brother.
I gotta
Oh,
get
Remember
you
for
that?
some
Veterans
interviews
Day.
over here.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
when I
was a
got
great show.
I
That
wanted
was a great
everybody,
show for
my
Veterans Day,
brother.
Nepal.
Oh wow, I gotta go back and look at it. We're
We
gonna
had
get
a
some
Veterans
interviews
Day
over here.
show.
Bring some people over here and get it crack-a-lankin'. I like that
But
smoking
I
conversations
want to
with.
do you, and I want to do Sonetta. I'm waiting on Jabari when he get settled in, because he about to go to Kemet. I think he went to Malaysia right now. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
he's in Malaysia. Okay, I gotta
But I
get to
think,
Kemet. I haven't been to Kemet. I've only been to South Africa, and that's it.
really,
And that was a
listen, I'm scared
long
to
time
go out
ago.
the country. I'm scared to go out the country. I'm just gonna be honest.
No, don't be
No,
scared.
I have an
I
EpiPen.
can't
I got
wait
too
till
much
I get some
going
time
on.
to go out of the country.
Yeah, I'm worried.
My
I'm
sisters
worried.
travel all the time out of the country, and I never
Mm-mm.
can hang because I'm always working. Like I am.
Yeah.
Someone called me a workaholic. I think that may be true. I
Mm,
never see myself as a workaholic. I just always feel like what needs to be done. But I
yeah.
think now, yeah, I think it's some truth to it. Because I just put work over a family trip because I'm like
Oh
I
hell
got to.
no.
Yeah, I mean, and I did because it's important to my personal growth, which a trip is going to come and go, but the opportunity for my personal growth is not going to be there, and then I'm gonna get a year older. So I always
Right.
have to sit here and weigh all of my options to the best because I see my family all through the year. Every time I do take my vacation time, I'm going home to see them, and we are always in Vegas and all kind of places. So the turn
Right.
up is absolutely real, but I do tend to work a lot. So I'm changing that. This is the show. Building these platforms and having these platforms is really getting me into some other energy where I can start to think about
Mm-hmm.
what my life looks like outside of a structured job. And I'm
Mm,
ready to,
okay.
yeah, and I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to start seeing some other things here.
That's beautiful. And you know
Mhm.
what? When I said, oh, hell no, see, I said, oh, hell no, for my life. Your life is not my life. And what you want and what you need for yourself and what you prioritize is for what Gemini prioritizes for. So I don't
Yeah,
want you to,
facts.
so I get it. I get it. You broke it down. For me, I would be like, oh, I can't miss this family moment. But let me tell you real quickly,
Oh
there's a
no,
couple.
I
Now,
know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Without
no, but I
yeah,
hear you though.
me and Sakina is real down to earth, girl. You will find that me and Sakina is not like that which we left, honey. I don't know what kind of issues
Ooh,
they got, but
child, you done did it. And
we
with
is
that,
not we me and Sakina, we do not roll in that type of energy at all.
well, I
At
want to say
all.
this, that energy, you see, this is what happens. We talked about so many things. You only speak the truth, but I'm not going to be, you know what people do? They like to grab that little tiny truth that you said and they say, oh, look at them over there, so mad at us. So we're gonna leave right on the table right there, and we're gonna dance around it. Me myself, I'm doing the crip walk.
Man,
Why every time I turn on the internet, they're crip walking now?
Listen, I know that's right. I
thought
think they're
that was
bringing it back.
dangerous. That
They're
was
bringing it
dangerous.
back.
What? Right? I don't know what's wrong with the younger generation, because when I was younger, crip walking was dangerous, doing all that mess. But what I'm saying is, I'm gonna put what you said right there in the middle too. Keep it gangster, y'all. Keep it gangster. Keep it. No,
Keep
I
it
like to play
gangster.
around.
That's Gemini. Hey, I'm that Gemini right there. Keep it gangster. That's
We
it.
are
That's
Gemini.
it.
I just
Are you a
step. I
June
ain't gonna
Gemini?
quit.
I am. Uh-huh. And
Wait,
on top of that, I'm actually you know, it's so crazy because it's 73, the sun was in Gemini, and at the
Mhm.
time that I was born. So, you know, the earth, everything changes it from time to time. So now these new June 21st people, their sun is in Cancer, and I have a smidgen of it. I have a smidgen, very,
oh,
very,
you're
you know,
June 21st.
yes. I used to be, you know, I used to always say growing up, I'm a Gemini Cancer. But then someone said one time, no, pick one. And I had to think about it. And I said, well, I'm definitely like, I am not like any
You're
Cancer
a
I
Taurus
know.
Gemini. To
Yeah,
me, I
you're a
can
Mac.
feel it. Because you're no nonsense and you get along with another Taurus. I mean, of course, I don't know what your rising signs are. I'm not really into astrology like that, but I could feel you've got a no nonsense earth sign energy, very leadership, which that could be any sign, but I feel Taurus. Cancer is a little bit. You're not that.
Conniving.
You're not that. Well, I don't want to
Okay.
say conniving, but they're very controlling. My daddy was.
Yeah, I can't.
I have a
I
soft
can't.
spot in that. And they're very, very self-centered. And sometimes there's nothing wrong with that, but I
No,
don't know.
I'm talking about like more of a nurturer. I'm more of a nurturer. I have that smidgen of Cancer in me that makes me nurturing, very empathetic, very intuitive. That's the
Okay.
water. That's that water. You see what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
then my Gemini, you know, is just that, because it makes
Bubbles.
me and my zodiac sign mature and balanced. And
That's
so
beautiful.
that, you
And
know, so
bubbles, right?
that's what it
Bubbles.
is.
Do you make bubbles? I'm waiting for you to say bubbles. Get it, the air
Let
and the
me
water.
let me throw this in
Yeah,
though
it
too.
bubbles. I like that. Yeah.
I like that.
I
Yeah.
like that.
We
Yeah.
have
And
to
it's so crazy.
we
Sakina
have
is
to
my
understand.
Sakina. Wait a minute, Sakina. Hold on. Sakina
Mhm.
and I have another best friend who's a Taurus. Don't ask me. I have a
Okay.
lot of Taurus friends. I've so been at work, the
Wow.
department I just left. I want to say 50-60% of them were Tauruses on that floor. Every
Mm,
woman birthday, they were all somewhere. They were all Tauruses. It used to just be going down.
that's cool. Robin is a Taurus.
Yeah, she's a Taurus. Yep.
Yeah, and
Facts.
who else is a Taurus? Well, no, this other sister that I know, she's not online, but she's a Taurus. But she's also, see, you know what we should do? I haven't gotten my chart done for years. I want to get my
Oh
chart
yeah, that
done.
would be so cool to get our charts done.
We should do it a lot. I want everybody in my business. Never mind. Anyway,
Yeah, thank you.
I need my chart. It's a real pleasure talking to you ladies. I got to come back. We got to bring more
Yeah,
people
come
over.
back for sure. Definitely
Yeah,
come back.
you know
Come
your
back and
family.
come back and unwind. Get out of all that
Yeah.
energy. Get into this energy because it is real. It's a real thing, and we roll in this every day. And you know, it's for me again. Stuff is just more than talk. It's how I absolutely live my entire life every single day. So I
That's
am
And
right.
very authentic.
yes,
Very
yes.
You,
authentic.
you know what I like to, and I'm gonna let Sakina. I'm gonna let you close out. But both of you, it's really like family. I know we're online, but girl, ooh, I snapped on my. I love Sakina with all my heart. I have snapped on Sakina.
Sakina got 10
Sakina,
names for me, Nepal, when you said family. What you tell her
Listen,
all the names you
because you are my eye, you my sister, daughter, niece, right? But Nepal, I want to
oh,
say this about you too, because you are my sister, right?
yeah, you're my
And
sister.
and I want you to know that you are part of this in session. Don't
Thank you.
exclude yourself, include yourself. right?
Facts.
You are a part. Me and Gemini talk about you a lot.
Oh wow, that's nice because I
That's
want to tell Gemini. No, but go ahead. I want to get all this love real quick. I need
okay.
it. So finish up.
Okay, you are a big inspiration to us, right?
Thank you, my
And
love.
and so we've gave you flowers,
Thank
right?
you.
We gave you myrrh, right? We
Facts.
gave you
Thank you.
bois, right? In more ways than 80,000,
Oh,
unbeknownst to you. Okay. And
mm,
so there's many times when I talk to you and my sister might say, Did you tell her? Did you tell? And I say, Yes, I've mentioned. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah.
so because you are a part of this circle with us. So everybody that's in your square, don't be in your circle. And so
Oh
when we
no,
go
that's
back
right.
to that sphere, you understand? You're part
Right.
of this sphere.
That's
Okay.
beautiful. And you know I love
So,
you, Sakina. And so does Sonetter. So I appreciate you. And I
you
want to
know,
tell Gemini before I go, because I told you some things. Gemini, I'm gonna let you know. I really like you've seen, we have petty little things in the past, like, well, why you I'm timing you out and I didn't like what you said, and you know what it is? Um Now I can get to know you and you can get to know me. Sometimes
Absolutely.
there's things in between, especially the type of person you are, and Sakina and me. We have things in between. I'm not just talking about people. Things in
Facts.
between that we see and we hold that, and it separates us from our destiny to get in touch with people who we're supposed to get in touch with. Now, there are some people that I got in touch with, and I sat down and asked the entire unfathomable God in the universe, why? Tell me who and why did this person? But I still accept it. And I'm like, okay, but I just want to tell you, like, the things you've been through, especially with your child. You have a very, very um, your the respect and the empathy and love that I have for you as a woman really tethers me because y'all see me. I get in my feelings. Like Sonetta, I think he rubbed off on me. I get in my feelings, but I do love the HOK family and the people. That's why I'm going to go full circle and talk about this. And we're family. You don't always get along with your sisters and your family, but when you
Hmm.
can come full circle somehow, like there's people right now that you've mentioned, and I look and I say, I don't see myself ever coming full circle and being back where I was at the beginning with that person. But I do want to have peace with certain people. You know what I mean? But
Absolutely.
with you, you
Absolutely.
didn't even get to get close to me, baby girl. So that's what I'm trying to say. See, Sakina's close. See, you got a lot of stuff that you didn't get to get close to me, meaning talk to me and know me really and say, well, you telling me this about her, but I know, I've seen it.
That's because I don't talk a lot. Sakina, no, because I don't talk. That's why.
Yeah,
I'm introverted, extroverted. And a lot of the times I can be very, very introverted. And I'm working on that. I'm working
Nepal
on
the
that.
same. Nepal the
Yeah.
same. She just the thing with Nepal is that she coming out of that and because she feels deprived and from coming out of that, now that she has a voice, and so people don't see that. You see what I'm
they
saying?
don't.
And now it's because she speaks her voice, right? And people don't see that. And so because she speak it, and then everybody's saying, "Oh, she doing, oh, she don't." No, she's
Hmm.
speaking her voice because she has one, and she's acknowledging that she has a voice. Let her speak. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And
Yeah,
so
we love to
every
talk.
once in a while, I say,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying, little sister, this might not be the time. I'm not saying you
I
wrong.
know you do say that, and I'll be
Yeah,
like, let me say
but
it.
it's
I
not.
had to.
You know what I'm saying? Because I hear you. You see
Because
what I'm
people
saying?
don't,
That's
it's
why I say,
easy to blame me. Excuse me, Queen. it's easy to say, oh no, Pa is the bad guy. So let's keep it moving now. Like I'll be somewhere in the whole other side of the universe and something will happen and somehow I'll hear like, how the hell did my name get in that shit?
Girl,
Like
talk about it.
recently,
Talk about
girl,
it.
like recently, and I will speak and then y'all don't have to say anything on it. I don't know how the hell Sonnetter got his wrench taken and then the shit somehow ended up Nepal needs to have a talk with Tamika One. The freaking heck? How the hell does Tamika One? I swear to God, I was like, I already cleansed on the solar eclipse. I done forgiven everybody and asked God to do a tuck and do the splits and the Chinese checker. And I said, okay, I'm good. And I still feel good with everybody. Next thing I know, I'm like, what the hell? Sonnetter got his wrench taken and disrespected and put on blast and checked because somebody had lost their mind. And somehow 3 days later, they talking about we need to have a conference with Tamika One and you because you did this and this. I said, no, I can't. So that's my point. And I'm saying it in jest. I don't even care because I'm not getting involved with
I
any.
understand it.
They ain't pulling me into nothing else, baby girl. I'm But go ahead.
I get it. I get it. I get it. But it's funny that you said Sakina said, Sakina has said, I talk, me and you, we talk. And then, for me, I do less talking and more understanding. I understand, like my understanding, for things runs very, 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 very deep, and that's where that intuitiveness comes. So I only say what's a lot of times, I just only tend to say what's needed versus, just a lot of unnecessary things, just as a protective measure, just for myself, with certain stuff. So when we sit and, really, are, talking to you and, wanting to, include you. And then, like you said, you don't know if this was destiny or not, whether we, because even if we didn't meet at that point, the fact that you came back around is that 360 that you just spoke about earlier, prior to that. So this is all just 360, and as time go on, it will be, it will be beautiful. And
we're going to
you won't
keep
never have to
growing
burn out.
together.
That's
Yeah,
right.
worry about that energy, your energy being wasted over here, your time or your energy for that matter.
Yeah, that's crazy because at like I said, y'all see me, maybe you haven't. Oh my God, there's so much stress. I got to talk to Sonnetter. He's like, what is the issue? But I want to say this, like, I've got to I got to laugh things off more. You know what? I realize what I need. I need myself. And then I'm really going to go. I love you guys. I love you. I want you to keep talking because I'm getting ready to get. Okay. So basically, I want to say this. All of us we need teams. We need, how Beyonce has a beehive and Nicki Minaj has her barbs. We need a crew where we just sit back and say, huh? I didn't hear anything. What? And then they just do our bidding for us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Taylor Swift has her Swifties. Sakina needs her rah-rahs.
Her Ross. Yeah, her Ross.
And Gemini Goddess needs her gems. And I need my I guess my darkest minds. And then
right. Your reality, you need your reality simulations. You need your
I need my reality. See, you get what I'm saying? It's like then we just sit back and we go, oh, they're protecting for me. Or I'm the one, I don't have to crash out on the internet because they already got this.
I got y'all back. Y'all know I got y'all back.
But you're the queen. We need people who will, because I'm that Empress Janet sister that I just recently started interacting with. I really love her energy. She has a whole crew. She has a small channel, but when somebody does something to her, she has like 10, 15 people going, and, no, you better leave her alone. And that's what we need. We're going to work on that. I'm going to build that up for all three of us. And Sonnetter already has the HOK mod squad. But
you got the mod squad. Yep.
We need our
the
individual. We
modified.
need our individual ones. So I'm gonna put that in the universe. Much love to you, ladies. I got to get off the phone. I'm in trouble. I'm always getting
You
in
in
trouble.
trouble. Yeah, gone girl. Gone girl.
So, no, Pa, I didn't like how I was treating my honey today. He can't handle it. He says I can't handle it. He could not handle me beating him up in the
Hot
Bible.
seat.
I'm not gonna beat him up in the Bible anymore. Okay. I'm not, because you are not gonna hear him say, no, Pa, you are
Let me
so
tell you something, girl. Go ahead and beat that man up. It's your God-given right to beat him up sometimes. Your
no.
God-given right, girl. Stop it.
He
Don't
doesn't
even get
like
me
when I hit
started on
him.
that. That's my lane right there. I ain't
He
giving
gave
him no
the
credit. It's your
Hebrews some free
God-given right.
toes.
Go ahead.
Netter is outrageous when he's trying to win a Bible debate. He will not let anybody talk. And then every time I start to talk, he's like, come on, Navarre. He's so, oh my God. Look at
Well, I
us.
got to go back and read. What was that today?
Listen,
Well, I
When
Gemini,
said,
was
take
this?
it down. I said, take it down.
before I was sitting there signing at the feet, giving Fritos out like this.
Oh,
The chili cheese kind. Like,
oh, I like the chili cheese kind. I can't eat
I
those
like
right
the
now.
chili cheese kind. Heck yeah.
That's too
give them to the
salty.
Hebrews, all the lights, the
But
Hebrew
it's
lights,
been,
the Nazarite
I
lights.
had so much fun up here for this short amount of time. I love you guys. I will share this video. I'm gonna share it to the
Yes,
community
we
wall
love
in the
you too.
HOK.
Thank you so
And
much.
contact
Appreciate it.
me on your next build. Okay.
We got
Yes.
you. We got
Yes.
you.
We'll see
Thank
you
you
All
so
right.
then.
much. We'll see you on the panel.
Peace, goddess, and peace, queen, Sakina
Peace,
and Gemini. Peace.
peace,
Peace,
sister.
peace.
Yes.
Sakina, it was 10 o'clock. I swear it was 10 o'clock. Now it's 1.
Well, it must have been 10 o'clock when we started because
No, it was
we had
11 something. I think it was
we
11:45. Now it's like 1.
well,
I'm
this
definitely
this
out,
slide,
sis.
this whole presentation had like 42 slides,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah. And so listen, first of all, I want to say shout out to everybody that joined us tonight, right? And it's actually in the next presentation, but I do want to shout out to all our viewers and subscribers. Yes. Yay!
All 100 and something of y'all. Yay.
Yes.
Girl, we did
Yes.
that.
So,
We did that. Mm-hmm.
yes, this has
Two and a
been
half
so
months, we did them
amazing.
first 100.
Come on. Yes.
Definitely.
So it's
Now when
been
people are like,
amazing.
yeah, we're gonna help y'all. I'm like, oh yeah, come on, yeah. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe.
Yes, yes. Please make sure you like, share, and stuff. Well, just like the video. Like the video. Like the video.
There you go. Just like the video.
Ooh, like the video. Thank you so much. And so, if nobody else wants to come up tonight, make sure you like the video. Make sure you get that list together for next week so that we can have topics to talk about when we go into the celestial body, right? The celestial body is going to be intricate, but it's really going to have a lot of informative videos as well as we get into it, right? So that we can have a deeper discussion at the end of it. So until Gemini lets her closing down, Shemin Hotep from Sakina-Ra.
Peace,
Come
peace,
on,
fam.
sister.
Peace, peace,
You can
fam.
give
Until
a cup.
next time.
All right. Well, thank you so much again, you guys. Shemin Hotep. Good night.